एक ओंकार सतगुर प्रसाद.
There is only one God, who is the root of all. This God is ever present and never ends, and this Lord is realized by the grace of the Guru, the grace of the Naam, the shabad, by his own sweet mercy.
Ramkali Mahalla Tija Anand.
The name of this bani is Anand Sahib. It is written in Raag Ramkali, and it is by the third Guru. The word Anand means great bliss. The word Anand talks about bliss of the soul. This bliss, this great joy of the soul, is the very purpose of human life. It is the greatest pleasure. It is said to be like an ocean. It is when one realizes God inside of them. The soul is the very image of God. When we close our eyes, all we see is darkness. But when we meditate, when we keep meditating, we one day will see the Lord and we will see our soul. And when we see that, we get Anand. We human beings, we hop around from pleasure to pleasure. Some of us look for happiness in drugs, others sex, others in our family life. We hop around and we are thirsty for just like a drop of water. But that day when one realizes God, that pleasure is a pleasure beyond all pleasures. It cannot even be spoken of. It is the greatest happiness in the world. It is when the sun, or 1,000 suns, shine forth within the body. This state of Anand is when a person looks inside of themselves and they see the very image of the Lord. All around they see the Lord, and they are in love. This is the ultimate happiness. And it is said that this state is undescribable. If you give someone who cannot talk a piece of candy, how can they describe it? Only those who have felt this bliss of the soul can describe it. But it is hard. Why? Because just like stagnant pond water, left alone for a long time, or water in a well, becomes dirty and it becomes hard to find, the same way we humans have ignored our souls. And in that way, filth has piled up. The 5 thieves, lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment, they have taken over our mind. Our mind jumps around between the different flavors of this world, our different organs. We see with our eyes, our hands, we have our sex organs, we have our tongue, we have everything. The mind hops between those pleasures. But when the mind becomes detached, only then can it see God. And this bani will show you how to reach above your senses and how to find the great state of Anand.
Anand paya mere mai, Satguru mein paya.
The word Anand, as we said before, means great bliss. So Guru Amar Das is saying, "O my mother," which is an expression. It's like, "O siblings of destiny, I have found Anand." Why have I found Anand? Because I have found the Satguru, the forever existent Lord. I have found that Satguru, and finding that Satguru is the only way to great happiness, the greatest happiness ever.
Satgurta paya sahaj seti, man vajjiyan vadhaiyan.
The word Sahaj means unspillable spirituality. It means my soul is always soaring, always climbing high, always in bliss. So because I found the Guru, I have found Sahaj. I have found unspillable spirituality. What type? The type of spirituality that made our shaheeds transcend the body. The type of spirituality which makes a person just lose themselves. The whole self is lost, the world is lost, and the Lord, the Beloved, is found. So because I have found the Guru, I have found Sahaj. And the word man means in the mind. And the word vadai means great high spirits, great happiness, the songs of great happiness. So because I have met the Guru, I have found great spirituality, and in my mind, it is like songs of happiness. Beautiful tunes of great Chardi Kala are always playing.
Raag Ratan Parvar Pariya, शब्द गावन आईयां.
The word Raag Ratan means the most beautiful of all musical melodies, the jewels of all the melodies, the most fine and graceful of all the rags. And Parvar Pariya means all the families of the rags, the different types of musical measures. All of them have met up and they're singing inside of me. So this undescribable Anand is so great that it is like all these beautiful tunes and melodies are playing within the heart and the mind and making it full of great blissfulness.
शब्दो तंगावो हरि केरा मन जिन्नी वसाया.
The word Kera means of. O siblings of destiny, you too sing the songs of God's praises. Those who sing the songs of God's praises, those who praise God, those who meditate on the shabad in their minds, it is those people who reach this great state of happiness, Anand. So Guru Sahib is telling everyone, hey world, you too meditate on God, so you can feel the great happiness that I have felt.
कहे नानक आनंद हुआ सतगुरु मैं पाया.
Says Nanak, full bliss has filled up within my mind. Why? Because I have found the true Guru. So this body means the gift of praising God comes only from the Guru, only from God. And with this gift comes perfect bliss. So God's praises can only be given to us when God Himself grants His grace, not by any other ritual. Why? Because bliss is something experienced by the soul. These rituals, they bring us only to our bodies. When we die, this body, the body that fasted, the body that went on pilgrimages, the body that wore different symbols, this body will turn to dust. And when this body turns to dust and the soul comes out, no one will know whether the soul was a Muslim, a Hindu, a Christian, a Sikh. That's just a name we give. But the soul that loved God and had God's grace, that soul will naturally merge with God. Even in this life when the soul merges with God, we call it Anand. That soul will merge with God, and the soul that was stuck in sin, that soul will naturally keep on going, and that soul will leave this world without ever having tasted Anand. And tasting this Anand is the very reason that God put our soul into our body to give us this great experience. So a life without Anand is a life wasted.
ए मन मेरेया तू सदा रहो हर नाले.
O my mind, Raho means stay, so O my mind, always stay with God, never leave God, because God's the house of all bliss. So why would you want to unattach yourself from God for a second?
हर नाल रहो तू मन मेरे दुख सब विसारना.
O my mind, never ever ever let yourself unattach from God for a second, because if you stay attached to God, God will make all your pains disappear. God's love is so strong that all your pains go away. Love itself is so strong. Sometimes if we have a bad day with the ones we love, it doesn't seem so bad. And imagine God. God is such a lover who loves us so much that He gives us air every second, water, food. He gives us parents and siblings. God gives us everything. God is the best love in the universe. So always stay with God and all your pains will be forgotten. But if you unattach from God, what happens? The way that a leaf unattaches from the tree and that leaf dries up and dies, the way that a fish leaves the ocean and it suffers in pain, that is the way that humanity feels separated from the Lord. We hop from one fake shelter to the next to the next. But in this world, everything will die and God alone is eternal. God alone is ours. The way that a baby cow, if a baby cow tries to drink milk from a cow that's not its mother, that cow will get kicked in the face. If we try to find shelter anywhere else, but the heart of our Father, our Creator God, we too will be trampled over again and again. Only God can make our pains go away. So always stay with God, my mind.
अंगीकार ओ करे तेरा कारज सब सवारना.
The word angikar, angi means a body part. So God will always be your helper, your caretaker. The way a body part's with you, God will always be with you, part of you. God will be your everlasting companion. God will always take care of you and always be your helper wherever you go. And God will make sure that all your works are done. Those who live in God's shelter, God lives their life for them. God helps them get all the things they need done. God takes all their works upon His own head.
सबना गल्लां समरथ स्वामी सो क्यों मनो विसारे.
The word Samrath is a beautiful word. It means all-powerful, one who holds every bit of power in His hands. So God is all-powerful, all-capable, Karanjog, the way we say it. So why forget Him? The word Visare means forget, and Mano means from your mind. So if God holds every particle of this world in His hands, if God controls everything, then why ever forget that God who takes care of all and who is all capable from your mind?
कह नानक मन मेरे सदा रहो हर नाले.
Says Nanak, O my mind, always remain attached to the feet of God. Now here I've had this question asked a few times. What are the feet of God? A lot of times in Gurbani it talks about getting attached to God's feet. Well, where are God's feet? God is not a human being. God is formless but full of all forms. So God is the shabad. If you go to the ocean, where is the beginning of the ocean? What is it? It's water. The end of the ocean too is water. The middle of the ocean is water. The head of God is the shabad. The feet of God are the shabad. The middle of God is the shabad. It is that bliss, that force that we want to remain attached to, that Lord. So always remain attached to the shabad. Always remain attached to God. And the meaning of this pori is that whichever human always is attached to God's charan, to God's remembrance, God's simran, God makes their pains all vanish, and God takes care of all their cottage, all their workings, because that Lord, that King, is capable of everything.
साचे साहिबा क्या नहीं करते रहे.
O eternal God, the word such, as we said before, means eternal, and Sahib means master. So eternal master God, what is not? God means house, and Tera means yours. So God, even though I am asking you for the gift of bliss, and that is what I want, tell me, God, is there anything in this world that is not in your house? Is there anything you do not own? We beings look around for all our pleasure, and it's the way that if a child doesn't receive food from his own house, he will go begging from door to door for it. If a dog is not fed by its owner, that dog will roam the streets looking for food. We humans don't look inside our own house, inside our own bodies, where God lives, and because of that reason, we roam around outside looking for happiness. We do not know it is with us. But God, everything is within you, and you, God, are within us. So God, what is there that is not in our heart? What is there, God, that is not in your home?
करता तेरा सब कुछ है जिस देह सो पावे.
O God, in your house is everything. Sabkich means everything. And that human who you give it to, they obtain it. So everything is obtained. by the grace of God. There's a story about an old woman. She was very beloved to the village. Everyone loved her so much. But sometimes people thought she was senile, but in reality she was very wise. One night she was outside on the street, and she asked everyone to come help her. And everyone came and said, "What's wrong?" And she said, "I lost my key." So they searched outside for so many hours. And then one man said, "Where did you lose the key?" And the woman said, "When I lost it, I was inside my living room." And then the man goes, "Why are you looking out here?" And she said, "Out here there are street lights, there are lamps. For that reason I'm looking out here." And the man said, "But the key is not out here." And the woman said, "Isn't this what we humans do? Because when we close our eyes, we see darkness. We do not want to look for happiness out here. We want to look where there is light. I was just following the ways of the people. I thought this is what I should do." In that same way, happiness is inside of us. But because we have to dig deep, we have to pass all our vikars, all our lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. Because of that reason, we do not wish to search inside, but searching outside will only get an image. So here again, Guruji is saying, everything is within your house, God. And those to who you give it, they find it. So everything is within inside of us. And only by God's grace, by lovingly remembering God, will we find it.
Sada sifat salah teri, naam man vasavai.
And then that human who makes your great glories, your naam, sif salah means greatness, man means in the mind, and vasave means to make live. So that human being who gives room in their heart to your glories, who brings you inside of them, with the blessing of bringing these glories inside, they find bliss. What does it mean to make God live inside? The word vas. Think of a house. If a house, especially, you don't see this that much in America, but you can still see it. But in India especially, in America, even in my block, there's a vacant house where no one lives. And when we were younger, we would always think there were ghosts there. What are the properties of that house? There are vines everywhere, weeds. There's dust. It's dark. It's broken. In India, if a house is vacant and the master, the owner of the house, is not there, what happens? The house gets looted. All the things are taken out of it. Someone else takes over that house. That house becomes a horrible place. If we do not give room to God in our hearts, weeds grow as well. The weeds of sin, the weeds of despair and hopelessness. But when the owner's in the house, there's a family, there's happiness. When God is in our house, there's bliss. That is why we have to tell God, Vas, live inside of us. Make your glories live inside of us. So that our body, our soul does not become like a ghost house, a land with no one, barren, but our soul becomes lush, with beautiful flowers and great moments of happiness.
Naam jinke man vasya, vaje shabad kanere.
The word jinke man means within whose mind. The word vaje means play. The word shabad means beautiful notes, the shabad, and kanere. Kanere means infinite, thousands, millions, millions upon millions, a lot. So that human within whose mind the Naam resides, within that human, it is like infinite instruments, the meeting of infinite notes begin playing. So inside that mind there is a type of happiness and love-filled longing, and when all this wells up, it is like the sound of so many notes have met. Just like music, when you have melody, when the notes are perfect and the beat is perfect and the rhythm keeps moving and so many emotions are brought up, or that instant when you're singing and your voice meets perfectly with the music. It is such happiness that wells up within Anand. Everything is perfect. All the different notes, the different flavors of bliss well up. And once again, I cannot sit here and describe this state. No one can describe it. It can only be felt. But Guru Amar Das Jee is giving a trial to try to tell us how great the bliss of his mind is.
ਕਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੱਚੇ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਕਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਘਰ ਤੇਰਾ.
O Nanak, eternal Lord, eternal owner of all, there is nothing, God, that is lacking in your house. And at your door, God, I ask you for this gift of bliss. The meaning of this shabad is that human upon whom God looks with his glance of grace, his eye of mercy. That human puts God's Naam and God's praise within their mind, and with this blessing of the Naam, the human finds the greatest and the greatest of all bliss.
Sacha naam mera adharo.
The word adaro means support. Mera means mine. So the eternal Naam, the Sacha Naam, is my only support. With the grace of God, His everlasting Naam is the only shelter for my life. It is the only true shelter. Gurbani tells us that the Naam is like a walking stick for the blind. It is the only support that'll be here and there. Everything in life changes, but God is always the same, and at the same time always new. So the one support of a person should always be the support that is not going to vanish, the support which will see him in this life and the life afterwards. And the fact of the matter is that we humans only make God our everything when God bestows His mercy. What exactly is His mercy? God's mercy can come in many forms. For some people, it comes in the form of hearing about God from a religious person, from a place of worship. And by hearing the glories of God, they make God's theirs. For other people, it is from a near-death experience. For other people, it is from pain. When God gives us pain, that too is God's mercy, because through this pain we call out to God. Even people who've never in their lives believed in God, when pain comes for those people, they too pray. They too say, Father God, help us. They too turn to God. So for them, this pain as well is God's greatest blessing, because this pain puts them on the path to great spiritual bliss.
Sach naam adhar mera, jin pukha sab gawaiya.
The word jinn means that Naam, the Naam which. Jinn usually means witch, but here it refers to the Naam which. Bhuk means hunger, but here it means greed. Usually just hunger in general, not just for physical food. So that Naam of God, which has made all my greed go away. How? Before, I was trying to gather wealth. I was looking outside for pleasure. But now, everything's in my house. Why do I have to go? Why do I have to be greedy and gather everything up? None of it will go with me anyway. So for that reason, by meditating on the Naam and finding God, I realized the great bliss and the treasure that'll go with me. In Gurbani, it tells us, Kacha tan sanche murak gavara. Only fools get poisonous wealth. What type of wealth? Well, it's like a story I heard. One day, someone spent the night in a hotel. He was going on a journey. The whole night he spent trying to gather all types of things. He took hair dryers and he took dressers. He took the sheets and the pillows. He took everything and he gathered it into a bag. He went to all the rooms. He got all the dishes. Now, while occasionally someone can steal a towel or two from a hotel, I've seen that, all this stuff, the hotel manager would never let him take it with him. So he felt stupid the next morning. He had wasted his whole night gathering things, and now he was going to go onwards in his journey. He couldn't take any of them. And he thought, wouldn't it have been better if I had spent the whole night sleeping? At least then I wouldn't be so tired and achy now. Now his body was achy, he was not ready to go on, and all of his efforts were wasted. The same way we humans are like travelers. We are here for one thing, and that is for dharam. And what is dharam? Getting great bliss of the soul and doing good deeds, which go hand in hand, the Naam and good deeds. We are like travelers on a bus. The way that a bus goes forward, some of us die soon, others die later, but the bus keeps moving. The same way, we humans, we are with each other like passengers. One of us gets out, goes to his destination. Later on the other dies, and more people come and go. But it is useless trying to gather wealth. The only treasure is the Naam, and it is the Naam that makes all greed go away.
Kar shant sukh man aaya vasya, jin ichha sab pujaiyan.
The word kar means after making, after it made peace well up. The word man, again, means within the mind. Ichha means the mind's desire, whatever we want, and the word sab means all. So that Naam of the Lord, which has made all my desires fulfilled, that Naam, which has after causing peace and tranquility to well up inside me, to well up within my mind, that Naam has always taken its place inside of me, inside my mind, and that forever eternal Naam has become forever the support of my life. So once one person tastes that, once that person who was hungry, that person who thirsted for just a drop of water, once that person looks inside and is hit with the ocean, that person never forgets it. After that day, from within that person, they always praise God. They always go, Wah Guru, wonderful God. They never ever forget that God is so blissful. It's like magnetic. They can never unattach themselves. Even if they wanted to, they are just drawn to that bliss, the way a bumblebee is drawn to a flower. And after that day, no one ever forgets the Lord. So because the Naam has welled up inside of me and given me such peace, fulfilled my desires, given me all the bliss, for that reason, the very support of my life, I have made the Naam.
Sada kurban kita Guru vittu, jis diyan e vadiyaiyan.
Once again, there are some words which in Punjabi are very hard to fully explain in English. We have this word in Jap Ji Sahib. The word kurban means a sacrifice. When someone gives themselves up completely, someone loses themselves. Something is so great that it is greater than life, larger than life, and they lose themselves. They bow down, they fall before it. So Guruji is saying, I am always a sacrifice. I always surrender myself. And vitto means like from or for. So I surrender myself to my Guru over and over and over again, because all of this greatness that is welled up inside of me, it is all because of God. It is all because of the Guru. So over and over I say, what a great Guru. I feel the ocean. I say, Vah Guru. I say, how great is the Guru. How wonderful is the Guru. How wondrous is God, who has taken me from here to there, who has given me such a great gift of the Naam.
Kahe Nanak suno santo, shabad taro pyaro.
O Nanak, O saints, listen to the shabad of the Guru. Fall in love with this shabad. So all people, all siblings of destiny, fall in love with God. Fall in love with God's praises. Make yourself love God. How does one fall in love with God? By hearing about God over and over again. When we read Gurbani, we hear about God over and over. And when we hear God's greatness, we too fall in love with it. So, O saints, always fall in love with God.
Sacha Naam mera adharo.
It is with this grace of the eternal Guru that God's forever living Naam has become the very support of my life. The meaning of the Pauri is, with the grace of the Guru, the Naam of the Lord is received. That human who has received the Naam, within them, All of their greed for worldliness vanishes. It goes far away, and within them great happiness wells up, and bliss of the soul wells up.
Vaje panch shabad titkar sapaga.
The word vaje means play or resound. The word panch shabad is notes from 5 different instruments or 5 different types. Now, I know the types in English. You have the woodwinds and you have the string instruments. So it's like the same thing here. There are different classifications. So notes from all instruments, notes from all types of music. Tit means inside that house, titkar, inside the home of the heart. So inside the home of the heart, what happens? Sapagge. The word sapagge means great destiny. Here Guru Sahib is saying, Tit sapagge kar or kar sapagge. That means that home of great destiny, where all this resounds. So where the shabad resounds, that home is of great destiny. In that blessed heart, where God, your great power, you in your greatness have put your truth, your satya, when you have put all of your power inside that house, inside that heart where God's power lives, inside that heart, it is like all types of instruments have met together and played with full force. It is beyond description. When Guru Sahib, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, was talking to the different yogis on top of a mountain, we have the Bani Shid Ghost, and one of the yogis asked him, where do you get that glow on your face? Where do you get this wisdom? Guru Sahib was still physically a child at that time. And Guru Sahib said it was from God. Even in Guru Arjan Dev Ji's Bani, Guru Arjan Dev Ji says, Tera jor, teri mante. The power is all of God. It is not us humans who have any power. But when the human merges with God, all the power wells up inside of them. So in that house where God's power has welled up, that house is of the most blessed destiny.
Kar sapaga, shabad vaje, kalan jit kar tariyan.
The word kala again means power, and jitkar means in which house, and tarya means you have put. So in the house where God has put his power, like we said before, these 2 lines describe it. In that house is greatness. It is the best destiny ever, and it is the greatest of all feats to have God's power with you.
Panch doot tudvas kite kal kantak marya.
The word panch doot, it refers to the 5 thieves: lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. These are the 5 enemies that Guru Sahib talks about defeating. And the word kantak, the word kal kantak, the fear of death. And what this line tells us, first we must understand the nature of the 5 thieves. These thieves attack day and night, and we humans cannot get rid of them ever with God's grace. So many yogis have tried, so many sannyasis have tried to get rid of the Panchvikar, but it has not happened. Guruji tells us what is a man to do. In the home of a householder, for a family man, there is always anxiety. They're always worried about their wives, their kids, their business. And in the home of one who has left, one who has given up life, become a hermit, there is great ego. And this ego does not get rid of them. This ego does not leave them. What is a person to do? Gurbani tells us, Home nave nal virod hai, due navase ek thai. Ego is opposed to the Naam. They both cannot live in the same house. But you know what? The Naam, it won't go where ego is. If there is ego in the heart, God's love will never go there. If there is hatred in the heart, God's love will never ever go there. But if it's the opposite, if someone sits with a gutka and starts doing path, or someone starts japing Naam, ego will come by itself. That person will think, I'm so great, look what I'm doing. If someone starts doing good deeds for others, ego will come by itself. Naam does not go where ego is, but ego will go where Naam is. And even the greatest of men, even if someone became president of the world, they would still not be able to not be swayed by lust or greed. These 5 thieves make people into animals. They bring about jealousy and hatred. And what do? They steal the nectar. Earlier we were talking about in a house that is empty, those thieves come in. If our hearts are empty of God, these thieves come in. Only with God's grace can these thieves be beaten. Only when we surrender. What does God do? He gets rid of these thieves and He takes away the fear of death, because that fear is always on a human's head. These 6 things, the vikars and the fear of death, they control us. They bind all of our actions. We humans think we have free will, but everything we do is either out of greed, out of love, or the opposite, out of hatred, out of ego. We are afraid of death. I mean, can you think about it? People can spend so much money on health care. If someone's sick, they will give the doctor everything and say, just save my life. But why not do that one effort that'll make a person immortal forever? The soul never dies. Why not see the soul? So in that heart where God lives, God conquers the 5 enemies, and God makes that fear of death go away by making the person attached to their immortal soul. So that fear of death, which is like a thorn, Guruji says, Kantak means thorn, and it stabs us everywhere. God alone makes that fear of death go away.
Tur karam paya tud jan ko, se naam har kai lage.
The word tur can mean from the beginning or from God, and the word karam means grace, and the word naam means in the naam. So only that human binds in the naam upon who God has given great grace from the beginning. So those humans who God Himself has given the gift of Simran of, only those humans can bind within the naam.
Kahe Nanak, tai sukh hua, tit kar anhad vaje.
The word anhad, means without being played. It means, like we said before, ekras, always going, ever steady. Just like we talked about in Jap Ji Sahib, you have the word ja, and then you have jakar. The word ja means hail. The word jakar means ja, 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 hail, 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 hail. So the word ekras means ever steady. Before it was talking about God being ekras sarvyapak. Now it's talking about this Anand, this bliss, always being ever steady, always going, without being beaten. So says Nanak, in that heart, in that home of the heart, peace wells up. And believe it, that in that heart which is merged in this bliss, there is always ever steady great happiness. Just like the meeting of so many instruments play ever steady, that heart always rises ever steady without a stop. The meaning of this whole stanza is that from the court of God, that human in whose destiny the account of the Naam is written, so that human to whom God Himself gives His Naam, that human who falls at God's feet and gets the Naam, that human attaches to this Naam, this Lord, with God's own blessing. And then when that human attaches to the Naam, the 5 thieves cannot bother them. The fear of death cannot bother them. And this way, Anand of all sort wells up. Even Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, one of his banis, he tells his sins. He says, go, run away my sins. You can't bother me anymore. Why? Because God has come. If a person was to be scared of their sins, then what is the reason for finding God? If a person was to take the shelter of a lion, and still sheep would come and bother that person, then what is the point of this shelter? If a person attaches with God, then God scares away their sins. That is the very point of meditating on God, to find God so that sins go away and love for God takes the place. Now here, one must realize the recipe of Sikhism, the path that the Guru has given us. Guru Sahib has binded 2 things, karam or kirpa, and karam, or actions. One letter off, we have karam and karam. One is from Sanskrit and one is from Farsi. We have those two words. And these two words are the recipe. Karam is doing good deeds, what we call shubh amal. Karam is doing the Naam. And then karam is having kirpa. When God's grace meets with our efforts, that is when we find God. When karam and kirpa meet, that is when our thieves go away. But it cannot happen with just karam. Why? Because then a person would have ego. So that is why Guru Sahib gave us this beautiful philosophy of karam and kirpa. And when we have these two things, we find Anand.
Sachi live bin deh nimani.
The word sachi live. The word live means love. And the word sachi means true, eternal. True in the sense that it's eternal. Love that will never die. What are the characteristics of this love? This love is love with the Lord, and it is love that a God-loving person gives to all human beings when they recognize God in all. Gurbani tells us, Sachi preet na tutti pyare, jug jug rahya samai. What is love? Where there is true love, there is no greed. It is not loving God just because you get something. Sachi live is when you love God and meditate on Him always, like Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Je sukh dehe ta tuji aradi, dukhvi tujhe tyai, je pukh dehe ta iti raja dukhvit sukh manai. If you give me peace, I'll adore you and worship you. If you give me pain, I'll adore you and worship you. If you give me hunger, even still I will be so fulfilled that I will worship you. What is love? Love is without greed. Love is when we follow God's will and love God without wanting anything except God. Sant Farid Ji tells us, Jaha labh ta neho kya. Where there is greed, how can there be love? Where there is greed, all love is false. So this is the true love, the love of God which we must have. And without this love, what happens? Dehe means body, and nimani means without support. So if we do not have this loving attachment to the feet of God, to the shabad, then we have no support. We are unstable. We hop around from pleasure to pleasure. And we come and go in this world through life and death, life and death, life and death.
Deh nimani live baju, kya kare vichariya.
The word kya kare means what does it do? Whatever is done, it is useless. Being unsupported, if love for God's feet is not there, without surrendering to God, this body, no matter what it does, is useless. The very reason we are in this world is to merge with God. If we humans come to this world, we receive this body. In reality, our soul is a part of God, and God plays this world drama. God puts the soul in so many forms. But the idea of God's drama is that God made this beautiful play of love, where the soul finds the greatest love by merging in God. And that is the very reason God put our souls in the body. And without that, everything we do is useless. It is like if you take a piece of paper and on it you keep writing 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. You get nothing. But if on that piece of paper you were to write a 1 in front of all those zeros, then every single zero would make the number greater. You would have 1, then 0, 0, 0. The same way, without God, we are just writing zeros. All our actions are zeros because we haven't tasted that flavor. But when we merge with God, then every action we do in the love of God brings greater and greater and greater greatness. That should be our first priority. That is the only reason we are here, and that is all we can take with us. But very few people realize that.
Tud baaj samrit koe nahi, kripa kar banwariya.
Once again, we see the word samrat, which means all capable. The word Banwariya means God, caretaker of this world. Banwariya is like a gardener. So it's calling God a gardener. In Gurbani, it talks about our inside, and it talks about this world, and how there is one gardener who takes care of all of us. When something's a garden, it's pretty. When something's wilderness, it's scary. Inside, it is wilderness. It is like a lost jungle. But God, when the gardener comes, He makes it into a garden. God makes it into a garden and irrigates it with the water of His love. So, O Lord of this world, O gardener, besides you, there is no other place where a body can find the right path. No one else but you, God, is capable of turning our wilderness into a garden, and of binding us and bringing us to the right place.
ਇਸ ਨਾਉ ਹੋਰ ਥਾਉ ਨਾਹੀ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਲਾਗ ਸਵਾਰੀਆ.
So like the last line in this line said, God, please give us your kirpa, put us in the right place. Savariya means to put on the right path. Which path? The path of attaching to the shabad. Your feet are the shabad. So please put us on that great straight path of attaching to the shabad so that we can find you.
ਕਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਿਵੈ ਬਾਝੋਂ ਕਿਆ ਕਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰੀਆ.
The word vicharya means poor or unfortunate. And who is vicharya? One who takes the support of others. We call them that in real life too. If someone's poor, it means they do not have anything for themselves. They take support of others. And if we humans take support of others, and not the God that is within inside of us, then we are still under the influence of Maya, of the 5 thieves, of fake flavors. So says Nanak, without love for the feet of God, this body has no support. It bounces around, and this body, whatever it does, is useless because it is under the influence of Maya. This stanza means that if love for God's feet, if the Shabad's love does not well up inside a human, then they remain forever in pain, and they are always in pain under the influence of this Maya. All of a human's gain is worthless, and all of their what we call Gyan Indra, all of their senses, are running around from door to door, always attached. But when God grants His grace, then that human becomes attached to the feet of God, and they straighten out. They become good. So God is a saver of sinners. One beautiful Saki, which always talks about this, and how it is God that saves sinners, is a Saki of a great beloved poet of Guru Gobind Singh by Nandlal Ji. One day Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji took a rock in his hand, and Guru Gobind Singh Ji threw it in the puddle. And Guru Sahib said, "What have you understood?" And by Nandlal Ji, who saw Guru Gobind Singh as a very saint, as a very image of God, like all saints are, by Nandlal Ji said something very interesting. Everyone else gave explanations like, if a human is full of sins, they spill, or a rock or a boat full of sins can never float. But by Nandlal Ji said, look, O great Guru, as long as the rock was in your hands, it did not drown. When you let the rock go, that is when the rock fell, and it drowned. Even though it was full of sin, like a rock, heavy, like if a human's heavy with sin, we call them a rock. Even still, in your hands it is safe. As long as we remain attached to the feet of God, as long as we remain attached to the Sad Sangat, the company of the holy. Why is Sad Sangat important? Because if you're going somewhere, someone can tell you the way, but you can get lost alongside. But if someone says, we're going there too, we'll take you, then all of you reach the right place together. That is why, as long as we are attached to God's feet and attached to the Sad Sangat, for that time, even if we have sins, we will straighten out, because God, the Guru, will never ever let us fall. It is said that the Guru picks up his disciples even from the greatest of hells. No matter how much it takes, no matter how many times we fall, Guru Sahib will pick us up and give us a second chance and a third chance. I was describing it like God being a great teacher. And there are two types of teachers. I see this today, and those of you who've gone through the education system know. There's the type of teacher that only cares about money. And that teacher just goes there and gets her job done. And there's a type of teacher that cares about the student. And that will do everything so the student learns. They'll test the student over and over. And if the student fails, they won't say, oh, you can't do it, but they will help the student. I had a teacher like that once, and I remember I shot up to the top of the class with her help in a subject I wasn't doing well in. And God is like that too. If you hold God's hand, God will work with you day and night so you shoot up, and God will take all of your sins and hit them every minute. But if you leave God, then you have no other support and no true love, and you've left this world useless.
Anand, Anand sabko ka hai, Anand Guru te jaane.
The word sabko means everyone, each being. So every person says, we found happiness, we're happy. So many people says that. But in reality, true happiness is only known through God. All other happiness is false.
Jaaniya Anand sada gurte, kirpa kare pyarya.
The word pyarya means, oh, love sibling. So Guru Sahib is talking to us using the word pyarya. Kirpa kare means when God showers His grace. So, oh, beloved sibling, forever and ever, the real bliss is only realized from the Guru. That human truly binds with the Guru and has a relationship with the true Anand. Only when God gives His bliss, only when God gives His kirpa, His compassion, that is the only time a human can bind with true happiness, beloved.
Kar kirpa kilve katte, gyan anjan sarya.
The word anjan means eyeliner, surma as we say in Punjabi, eye pencil more of the case. Sarya means to put in eyes, and the word kirvik means sins. With the grace of the Guru, that human's sins are destroyed. And the Guru does what? He puts vichar, he puts the eyeliner of gyan, divine knowledge, inside their eyes or inside the life of their souls. So basically, when we take to the shelter of God, God will destroy our sins and He will give us the knowledge. What is the knowledge? The knowledge is the knowledge of God being inside everyone, of this world being a show, of all of us humans being divine, the knowledge of great bliss, and God puts that knowledge in our souls. The way that one puts on eyeliner, in Sukhmani Sahib it says Gyan Anjan Gurdeya. The Guru has given us the eyeliner of divine knowledge, of light. Knowledge is light, and agyanta is darkness. Without the Guru there is darkness. When the Guru comes in and we look inside of us, when a saint closes their eyes, they do not see darkness, but they see great, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant light of 1,000 suns, the knowledge of God. One day, if we keep on the path of God's feet, we will close our eyes too, and we will find that that knowledge has come inside of us, that pragas, that roshni. And that is when we see our soul and we receive Atmanand. And if we look at the way Gurbani is written, this is the hukam. The hukam is a group of laws. The hukam is God. The hukam is to find this Atmanand. When we walk on this path to Atmik Anand. We are following the hukam. When we bind with the Naam, we are following the hukam. When we bind with the shabad, it's all one thing. The hukam leads us to this great bliss of the soul, and that is like eyeliner for our soul. One must also remember that during the times of Guru Amar Das Jee, people would take surma, or this eye pencil, this great powder for the eyes. See, it's a little different than what we think in America. And they would believe it to be as medicine. They would put it inside the eyes so that the dust could clear out and we could see clearly. So here Guruji is saying that in reality, the true anjan, the true medicine for the eyes, is gyan. Because without this gyan, we are lost in rituals and we do not see clearly. It is like one time, Sant Ravi Das Ji, it was night time and he saw a rope and he thought it was a snake. He realized that all night I had been scared of nothing. The same way, we humans think this image is real and we bounce around. We think death is scary. But when Guru Sahib gives us our gyan, that is when we realize we have been scared of nothing. We have been in love with what is false, and we have wasted so much life. So that is why Gyan is the true anjan that Guru Sahib puts in our eyes.
अंदरों जिनका मोह टूटा तिनका शब्द सच्चा सवारिया.
Andro means from inside, from the mind. Satya means eternal, and Shabad means the speech. Shabad Savarya means taking care of the speech. Or that person's speech becomes sweet, they do not slander. The word mole is a hard concept to explain. But basically, if a child is spoiled, we say that their parents give them gifts. And their parents give them gifts. All they care about is the gifts. They do not care about their parents. When we care about God's gift, and we do not care about God, that is when we are lost in mole. We think about our parents, and we forget the one who gave them to us. We get lost in the love of our husbands, our wives, our children. And this mole is so dangerous when we get attached to the world, because this world, everything that's physical will die out, and what is spiritual we do not attach to, what will live. So what is the solution for mole? A great line of Guru Nanak says, Jal moh kasmaskar mat kagad kar sar pau kalam kar chit likhari gur puchhe lik vichar. That means Jal moh, turn your attachment into ink and put it in the pen of God's love. And with this love, write God's praises. So what we have to do is we have to take our attachment to the world, and instead of thinking, I have such great kids, I have such a great wife, a great mother, instead of thinking I'm so rich, instead of thinking I have so much, thank God, you are so wonderful, I love you so much. For the time I came to this world, you gave me a mother and father to take care of me. You gave me friends and a home. You gave me water. So we must burn that attachment and turn it into love. That is the only way this attachment will get taken care of. So that human being whose mole for Maya, whose attachment to the world is broken, that Lord takes care of their speech. God makes their speech beautiful. How? He takes hatred away from them. Their speech becomes loving because they learn to see everything as a gift from God. They do not utter a bitter word to everyone. Now don't get this wrong. A saint will always speak the truth, even to the face of a tyrant. But when a saint speaks, that truth will be different than the truth of a human. Because sometimes attachment leads us to jealousy and it leads us to anger. And when we speak, we engage in slander, what we call nindya and chugli. And even if it's not false, sometimes, like a very wise Gursikh once told me, that there's a difference between telling the truth and telling the lie. And that is the state of the person who speaks. There's a story once about a king. And in this king's court was a criminal. And this criminal did not speak the language of the king. So the king was trying the criminal, and he said, "You shall be given the death penalty." At the time of death, Someone translated for the criminal. The criminal said a few words, and the translator said, King, this criminal has just said that God loves those who forgive. And the king said, Really? I think we should forgive his penalty. Then someone else stood up and said, No, King. This man did not say those words about God, but this man cursed you out. And the king, who was very just, looked at it. One person had told a lie, but he told that lie out of love to save a life, and the other person told the truth, but he told that truth out of viciousness. Even when we look at Seva, if we look at Gangu, who told on the Sabzade, he did so much quote-unquote seva. He gave him a place to stay, gave him food and shelter. But why? He did it out of greed, out of hatred. But if we look at Bhai Daya Singh Ji, who dressed up his beloved Guru as a Peer, Guru Sahib had to follow the hukam of the Panch Pyare. One was such a disgusting truth, and the other was such a beautiful lie. So when a person binds with God, they realize the difference. Guru Nanak Dev Ji did tell Babar to his face that he was a tyrant and that his tyranny would lead him to ruin. That truth made Babar change his ways. So a saint will always speak for the benefit of others. They won't speak to slander others, to ruin someone's reputation. They get this, what we call bibeki, this discerning intellect, where they know what is right, this great conscience. So those humans who break with the attachment to Maya, God takes care of them in such a way that they realize what is right and what is wrong, and whenever they speak, it is always for the benefit of others.
कहे नानक यही आनंद है आनंद गुर ते जाने.
That means this is true bliss, the bliss that makes a human so happy that they are free from slander and sour speech. Even Sant Farid talks about how if we want to find God's court, do not ever break anyone's heart, because every heart is a precious jewel. So that human, this body means, this stanza means, that human who has found true bliss of the soul, their lifestyle becomes so pyar wala, so full of love, that they forever speak sweetly. They are always sweet and compassionate to all humans. Without compassion, God cannot live inside of a person. When a person has God inside of them, they will be so sweet and love all humanity, of all colors, of all castes. This reminds me of a great Sakhi. Most of you must know the Sakhi of Saint Naam. He was a saint born into a Hindu family. His bani is in the Guru Granth Sahib. And he was so innocent, he thought that the mandir or the temple was God's house. And he went to pray, but the priest threw him out of there, because he was born of a so-called low caste. They said, you have no right to worship, get out. And this true saint of God cried and said, God, why have you thrown me out of your house? Why did they not let me into your house, God? And God said to Saint Namdev, why are you complaining? Today they didn't let you in my house. It has been so many years, and they haven't even let me into my house once. Their hatred has kept me out of my own house. So that same way, one who is united with God, they love everyone and they speak of love. Their speech is free from all bad intentions and all pettiness. And this bliss of the soul, the bliss that makes someone speak sweetly forever, this bliss of the soul is received from the Guru. Guruji takes all the bad vikars out of the person and gives them understanding of the life of the soul.
Baba jis tu de sui jan pawe.
Here the word Baba means God, hey God, and the word De means give. O Lord, that human being upon who you give the gift of Atmik Anand, only that human being can receive it. Sometimes when we go to Gurdwara, we like to think we are doing God a favor. Sometimes we'll even make deals with God. Hey God, if I do Sukhmani Sahib for 20 days, or if I do seva, if I wash dishes, or if I broom at the Gurdwara for 40 days, or if I donate money, then God, please make my scores on my test fine, or God, please get me a new car. We like to make deals with God, but in reality, God is not greedy for our seva. God is not greedy for us to sing His praises. Gurbani tells us that even if we tried with all our power, we could not ever fully give God's praises. So what does God earn by us trying to describe His greatness? Nothing. We can't. All of our attempts are small. So here we gotta lose the notion that we are giving God something, because it is only when we lose that ego and we say, God, main nirgunyare ko gun nahi ape tars pe hoy. I have no virtues, I am virtueless. You yourself give us your compassion, your mercy. When we become a beggar, when we know that we are God's children, more than children, when we know that we are God's creation, we are the very image of God, and God is our greatest friend, and when we ask God, when we become nimana, when we become meek before God, and when we become beggars, that is when we get the gift of Atmik Anand from God, only by begging God, only through God.
ਪਾਵੈ ਤਾਂ ਸੋਜਨ ਦੇਹ ਜਿਸਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਆ ਕਰੇ ਵਿਚਾਰਿਆ.
The word hor vicharya means other poor beings. Sometimes in Punjabi we'll call someone vichara, meaning you poor thing. Kya kare means what can they do? They can't do anything because they are under the flood of Maya. So that human you give your hand to, you give compassion to, only that human can get the gift of Atmik Anand. And what can other poor humans do? They are under the flood of Maya, they're helpless. So if we human beings try to do anything without God, what happens? We think we're going to do seva, and Maya attacks. Maya can come in many forms. We think, oh, I'm so good, look how good I am, I'm doing seva, or my favorite, look, I'm washing the shoes of the Sangat, I'm shining them, look how humble I am, I'm one of the most humble people I know. Jealousy comes in. We're gonna have a langar, we're gonna have a kantpat, which is so much better than any of our neighbors' kantpat. We feel like we are doing something. And what comes? As we said before, home nave nal virod hai, due na vase ek thai, home vich seva na hoy. Ego and the Naam are opposed to each other. They can't live in the same place. So even if we do seva, and ego comes, how will the blessing of God ever come into us? We're helpless. Even if we do seva and we get anger, that seva is not accepted. Think of it this way. Gangu Baman did so much seva for the Sabzade, but he did it in greed. He did it because he wanted to tell on them and he wanted money. Was his seva accepted? Was it parvan? And on the other side, Baba Moti Mera gave him a glass of milk to the Sabzade. And he did that with no greed, just with love. And his whole family was sacrificed for that reason. So tell me, what is seva? Seva has to do with your inner state, your intentions. And in order to have good intentions, we have to be free from Maya. And in order to be free from Maya, karam plus kirpa. We need kirpa. We need to hold God's hand. That's the way the journey to God is. Gurbani tells us, Aap gawai seva kare. Aap gawai, you have to lose yourself. When you lose yourself, you find yourself, your true self, which is God. This is God's play. So how do we lose ourselves? First, we are stuck in ego and we say, me, me, me. Then one day, we fall and take God's hand, and then me becomes us, we. We will make it God. We can do it. And then one day, a person gets so wrapped up in love and seva that they lose themselves. And we is not anymore. First it was me, then we. Now it's only you. That person only sees God, and when that happens, they become the very image of God. Look at what this great saint Bulla Shah said. He said, Meri main ne minu jura rakhya, minu banda te tinu khuda rakhya. My selfishness, my ego, kept me separate. It made you God and me a human. so it made the difference. So we cannot stand with ego at God's door because we'll never find God or Atmik Anand that way. We have to be beggars.
एक परम पूले फिर हैं दहंदिस एक नाम लाग सवारिया.
The word ek here refers to one being. The word param means param, superstition, double, bouncing around in the wilderness of Maya, being lost. And the word dadis means 10 directions. Just like a chicken without his head bounces around all over the place. So one person bounces around in Maya in the wilderness and they run around and they stray from the true path, the path that Guru Gobind Singh told us in Savaya Sahib, Jin Prem Kiyo Tinhi Prapayo. They go away from that path. They indulge in pleasures of the senses, what we call the Gyan Indriya. They bounce around from one sense to another. They do hard disciplines, but still, they have not held the hand of God. So without another, this is the state. One person bounces around, and what happens to the other? Naam. The other person binds with the Naam, the shabad, and in that way their life becomes safal. It becomes fruitful. They do what they came to the world to do.
Gur Prasadi Man Paya Nirmal Jinna Pana Pavai.
Here the word pana means God's will. And we have that whole topic again. The word nirmal means pure. Only through God's grace their mind becomes nirmal. And then what happens? God's will seems sweet to them. So here we have that theme that we saw in Jap Ji Sahib. Remember earlier in Jap Ji Sahib, we said that all of Sikhi can be summed up in the two statements. Give satyara hoye, give kure tutte paal. Hukam rajai chalna, nanak likhya naal. So that is Sikhi in a nutshell. So even walking in God's will comes with God's kirpa. And it is only through this that a person becomes pure. By losing themselves. When a person meets with God and sees that God is all loving and everything God does is good, then God's will become so sweet to that person. So that is the only one way to purity. There's no other way.
Kahe Nanak jis deh pyare soi jan pave.
Says Nanak, O beloved Lord, pyare Lord, only that human upon who you give the gift of Atmik Anand, only that human finds it and can enjoy it. This whole body means one cannot find Atmik Anand by his own efforts, because no one is strong enough to stand against the army of Maya, the flood of the senses. They are helpless. Only that person upon who God gives his mercy, they meet the Lord, the Guru. And by walking on this path of the Lord, the Guru, they are saved from their vikars, from their 5 thieves, and they become attached to the Naam of God. And within them, after attaching to the Naam, is peace and tranquility and great bliss.
Ab ho sant pyare ho, akat ki karah kahani.
The word akat, here we see the same rule that we saw in Jaap Sahib. In Sanskrit, if we want to negate something, if it starts with a consonant, we can add a in front of it, and if a vowel, we can add un. So the word kat means to describe. Sometimes we go to Gurdwara and we listen to Katha, description of Gurbani, or description of God's virtues, or Sakhis, stories from Sikh history. We call that Katha. The word akat means undescribable, something that cannot ever be talked about or discoursed about, but must be felt. The word kahani means story, untellable story, and the word karo means let's do. So, O beloved saints, sant means saint and pyare means beloved. Who are the saints? The ones who have thirst in their mind for God. O beloved saints, let's come together, let's meet up, emerge in each other, and let's tell about the infinite virtues of God. Let's talk about His praises, and let's listen to the stories of that Lord's virtues that cannot be explained, a paradox, a kat kahani, the untellable story. So, saints, let's meet up. Let's come together. Here Guru Sahib talks about the value of Sangat, company. It is a great, infinite law of God from the beginning of time that something becomes like what it associates with. If you take a sandalwood tree and all the flowers around it will get the great smell of that sandalwood, so we become like who we're with. Think about the 5 people you know the most. You are probably a lot like them. Sangat is for that reason very important in Gurbani. It is also important because if we are lost, someone can tell us directions. If we say we want to find God, someone can say, you do this, you do this, you do this. But think about it, if you're lost and you meet a group of people who say, we are going there too, let us take you with us. How much easier is that? That is what Sangat is. Sangat says, we are going there too. Let us take you with us. Now, growing up in America, I have realized that it's not always easy to find Sangat, and this worried me. But when you think about it, there's no saint greater than Guru. And what is Guru's roop? Bani Guru, Guru hai Bani. So if we can do Sangat of Gurbani, we can know God's greatnesses. We can hear about them from the Guru. Har kiya katha kahaniya gurmeet sunaya. All the stories of God, all the katha, the Guru tells us. So if we cannot meet other Gursikhs, we should try to keep ourselves in the Sangat of Gurbani, because then we become like Gurbani, we become God-like. And so here Guru Sahib is telling us, come great saints, lovers of God, let us share virtues, let us meet together, and let us tell the great untellable stories of our Lord.
Karah kahani akath keri kit doara paiya.
Let's tell the stories. The word keri means of. So let's tell the stories of God. Kit duare, by which tool, by which method should we find him? Tell these untellable stories. Akat kahani prem ki, the untellable story of God's love. Let's tell these stories, and let's find out by which tool can that Lord be found. Now if you ask that question, Guru Sahib put that question out there, be kit duare, what is the tool? And the next line is our answer.
Tan man tan sab saump gur ko hukm manya paiya.
So kit duare, which duara, which tool? Tan man tan sab saump gur ko. We were talking about making deals. The only deal that a Sikh makes is jo to prem khilan ka chao, se tar tali gari meri aao. That is the only deal. Give your mind, your body, all your possessions to the Guru, to the Lord. And when we surrender ourselves to God, then what happens? His hukam maniye paye, His hukam seems sweet to our mind. Everything God does will seem sweet to us, and by that way, we will meet God. This is the only tool. We can't just get our hands and feet wet. We have to drown in God. We have to drown fully. We need full surrenderance. Not just a little bit here and there. Not just I did this, I did this. We have to keep all our hopes in God. Every single one of them. Tanjira ek tek tu. Lahi vidanias. We have to get rid of other hopes. Ek tek. One shelter. And when we do that, then everything God does will seem sweet. We'll lose ourselves and we'll merge into God.
Hukm manyo guru kera gavo sachi bani.
O saints, walk in the way of the Guru's will and sing the songs, the bani, of the praises of the infinite Guru, the Lord.
Kahe Nanak suno santo kathu akath kahani.
Says Guru Nanak, O saints, to obtain the great bliss of the soul, then this is the way. Do the akath kahani, the untellable story of that God always. So always describe God. That is the way. The meaning of this whole body is there's only one way to meet God, the giver of Anand, of Atmic bliss. That is when the human gives himself to the Lord. That's it. Bus. walk in God's will, and sing the songs of God's praises. In that way, you will have great Anand inside of you.
ए मन चंचला चतुराई किने ना पाया.
The word chanchal means cunning, and the word chitrai means by cunningness, by different schemes and tricks, and the word kinne means anyone. So, O my cunning mind, no one has ever found bliss of the soul through cunningness. We can play a million games, but at the end of the day, we cannot live without God. One thing that Gurbani tells us, God is a shal. God cannot be tricked by our cunningness. We can play a billion tricks. We can fool the world. It doesn't take much to fool the world. In India, we can see people who, it's very funny, I've always heard it described as, if someone has a kurta pajama and a kirpan outside, they are called a Gyaniji. If they take off their pajama and put their kurta a little lower, then they are Brahmgyani. And if they tie a different dastar, then they are Sampuran Brahmgyani or great saint. We can fool the whole world. We can give the world, the whole universe dhokha. They can think we're good. And we can find their glory, but then what? What happens then? We please the whole world, but we're still not happy. And then death, the great equalizer. We die. We have fame and glory. Everyone thinks we're good. Sajjan Thug was able to fool the world. He would take the Hindus to the mandir, the Muslims to the mosque, and inside he was a cold-blooded murderer. He did not fool Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So, because of that reason, no one can ever find God through chalakiya, through schemes.
चतुराई ना पाया किने तू सुन मन मेरिया.
Here we have the word man meriya, and once again there's a tippi in front of man, but that tippi is just to make the word man longer. Man meriya, my mind. So listen my soul, listen my mind. Listen with attention. Listen, no being in the world has ever found bliss or met God through cunningness. We have to get rid of our cunningness. Get rid of our siyanap.
ए माया मोहनी जिन एत भरम भुलाया.
It is because of Maya Moni. What is Moni? The word Moni means one who makes people attached to her. One who attaches people. This Maya is a Mohini because it makes us attached. It entices us. It takes us without us even knowing. It sweeps us under our feet through attachment, through love, through lust. So Jinn means that Maya. Et Param, this misunderstanding that Maya is sweet. Pulaya means put us on the wrong path. So this Maya is very sharp. It is very chalak because it makes some people think that attachment is sweet, and it puts us on the wrong path. It puts people in the misunderstanding that Maya is sweet and God is bitter, and in this way it takes us away from the path of the Lord.
माया ता मोहनी तिने कीती जिन ठगौली पाइया.
But what is in the power of the beings? What can we do to stop Maya? Only God can. The word Tine means that Lord. The word Jinn means that Lord who. The word Tagoli means to cheat, to loot. Tagoli means to take away, to steal from under your nose. So what is in the power of us beings? That Lord who has made this Maya a looter, a thug, clings to the beings. So that Lord made Maya for the special pleasure, the great play of His when the soul meets with the big soul. God made this Maya. So, Maya is bothering us. What do? There's one way. God is the most powerful force in the world. Second, which is not separate from God, is God's power or Maya. So, we have a problem with Maya. We go to the Creator. We go to the Lord. God is the one who made this image of Maya.
कुर्बान कीता तिसा विट्टों जिन मुँह मीठा लाया.
The word kurman means sadke, or to bow over and over, to make yourself a sacrifice, to bow at the feet of, to surrender. The word to means from. Vitto also means to, from. So, my soul, instead of chasing after Maya, instead of being a sacrifice to worldliness, to lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment, be a sacrifice instead. Instead of surrendering to the world, surrender to that Lord who made Maya, who made this attachment seem sweet, who gave sweetness to Maya. Imagine how much sweetness he has. And that is when you attach to God instead of Maya, that is when the influence and the attachment of Maya ends.
Kahe Nanak man chanchal chaturai kine na paya.
Says Nanak, O my chanchal man, my cunning mind, my cunning soul, no one has ever found the bliss of the soul, Atmik Anand, through cunningness. The meaning of this whole body is, if a human is stuck to attachment to Maya, to inner mole, then, if we talk about outer clever methods, none of them will work. No one can talk about these methods bringing great Anand. This will not happen. Even a person wants to do a chalakya. There's nothing that can fool God. So what must we do? We must just bow down to the Lord who owns Maya, and that is the only way that we will escape.
E man pyarya, tu sada sach samale.
The word Sach here refers to God. O my mind, my beloved mind, if you want bliss of the soul, then always inside of your heart, Samale means remember. Always remember that Sach, that everlasting, that always here, immortal God. Remember that God inside of yourself. Sambal ke rakh. So always keep the memory of that God inside your heart.
E kutamb tunje dekhda challe nahi tere nale.
The word kutam means family. Jay means whichever you see. Challe means to go. Nale means with. So this family which you see, it will not accompany you after death. And this is a very interesting line, because when I first came across it, when I was about 14, it scared me to death, because my parents were my life that time, my family. I did not know what to do. So this is when it talks about taking Gurbani in context. There was a Sakhi which I was told, and this Sakhi is from Twarikh Guru Khalsa, and it is the Sakhi about Bhai Nand Singh. Listen to the next line, and then we will tell the Sakhi and discuss these lines in context.
Sah tera challa nahi, tis naal kyun chit laiya.
The word chit means attachment, consciousness. So, O sibling of destiny, why are you stuck in attachment of this family? It cannot accompany you forever. So there was a Sikh called Bhai Nand Singh who heard these lines, and he decided to leave his house and leave his family, because he said, they cannot come with me, so I must leave them. I must get rid of them in this life. I must abandon them. So he left his stuff and he left. And his family went to Guru Gobind Singh, and they complained to Guru Sahib. They said to Guru Sahib, our son, what has he done? He's our only son, our only support in our old age, and he's left us. And Guru Sahib said, bring the boy here. So Guru Sahib asked him, where did you get this idea? He said, from Gurbani. Guru Sahib said, what? From Gurbani? Where would Gurbani tell you to leave the world? And that child, Bhai Nand Singh, repeated these lines. And Guru Sahib said, read what comes next. So what comes next?
Aisa kam mule na kicha, jit ant pachotaiya.
Mule na, the word mule means bilkul, never. Never, ever, ever. Mule na, kije means do. Asa kam, this type of work. Ant means in the end. And pachotaya means regret. So never do this type of work that brings us regret. This is the theme of the shabad. Now this is something that hurt me in a while. Yes, bodies will die, but the soul never dies. When you see your family, you should think, God gave us such a wonderful family. Respect everyone as God, and do not do things for attachment. But the theme of this shabad is, some people will steal and loot and say we're giving our family pleasures. And there was a thief that went to Guru Nanak Dev Ji and tried to rob him, and Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, "Why do you steal?" And the thief said, "It's for my family." And Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, "Go to your family and ask them that tomorrow when you're in God's court, if they will too be accountable for your actions." So the thief went, and the family said no. And this opened the mind of the thief to see that at the end of the day, ape beej ape hi khao. Every single thing we do has a consequence. And when we steal money, when we earn money through cunningness and treachery, that money is like poison for our soul. People think we're buying our kids nice stuff, but in reality we're giving them poison for our soul. Because the loot of this money will only bring us to harm in the next world. It'll keep us away from peace. People that sell drugs, or people that do things like that, people that make money in dishonest ways, they are sending death to the houses of others by selling drugs, or they are looting the money of others. Someone who does that to other people, how will they sleep at night? How will they ever find peace of mind when they're doing such bad things? They lose this life and the next life. Gurbani tells us that the wise person, he doesn't do anything during the day that'll ruin his sleep at night, and he doesn't do anything at night that'll make him too embarrassed to show his face during that daytime. So here, Guru Gobind Singh Ji explained this shabad to Bhai Nand Singh Ji and told him that the meaning of this shabad isn't leave your family, because we have to practice dharam where we are. We have to love the world. Leaving it is selfish. But this means that do not get so engrossed and do not think you're here forever. Do not do things that'll lead you away from God. For that reason, because don't ever do that kam. Mule na kicha, jit ant pachota. Don't ever do that work, which will make you regret, even if you say it's for your family. So this is the theme of the shabad, the main theme, that it's not worth ruining your soul over. But the second theme is, yes, it's true, God will be with us forever, and the soul we live. So we must get away from attachment. Now, attachment, not love. You love all of humanity as God, but do not fall in love with another and forget God. Because your first priority should be the one who made you, God, the one who gave you the family.
Satguru ka upadesh sun tu hove tere nale.
Updesh means teaching. O sibling of destiny, listen to the teachings of the true Guru with attention. Why? You should always keep these teachings in your mind forever. When you keep these teachings of the Guru in your mind, then naturally you will never ever do that type of work which you will have to regret in the end. When Guru Sahib met Sajjan Thug, he said, "You're a robber." He gave afterwards, Sajjan Thug gave it up, and now we call him Bhai Sajjan with respect, cause the Guru's teachings were with him. In reality, we can listen to the teachings of the Guru. We can speak them. We can listen to them and speak them all day and night, but until we act them out in our lives in the world, we won't get the fruits. Yes, listening is good. Guru Sahib said so much about sunniye. Guru Sahib said so much about speaking them. But Guru Sahib also said, manne ki gat kehe na jaye. The state of mind of the person who acts upon them, who has faith in them, that state cannot be described. So take the teachings of the Guru with you and keep him always, and then you will not do any work which will bring regret. You will not do anything bad. So everywhere you are, remember Guruji says, Hak paraya nanika. Taking the property of another person is like a Hindu eating beef or a Muslim eating pork. When Guru says that, and we put that bachan in our daily life, when Guru says, Utad, Betad, Somvat Tyaye, and we take those words in our life, then we are automatically stopped. Our life changes, our kadam changes, and we are stopped from doing things that give us regret in our minds.
Kahe Nanak man pyare, tu sada sach samale.
Says Nanak, O beloved mind, if you long for bliss, Anand, then forever keep the Thir Ranwala, the Sach, the eternal Lord, inside of your hearts. Now note, the next stanza should be spoken together with this stanza, and it is explained like this, because you should always keep God inside your heart. So this body and the next body, they should be spoken together, because the next body, it is about keeping God in the heart as well. So these two stanzas are spoken together.
Agma agochara tera ant na paya.
The word agochar means unattainable by our gyan indriya, a plus go plus char. So God cannot be seen with our eyes. God cannot be heard with our ears. God cannot be grabbed with our hands. God is beyond the senses. The word agam means beyond reach. So beloved mind, forever keep God inside of yourself. That was the last line of the next body. And in front of God, make this prayer. So here's Guru Sahib making the prayer. O unreachable Lord, who I cannot reach. O Lord, who is beyond limits. Antanapaya, beyond limits. O Lord, who I cannot reach with my eyes, my ears, my nose. The limits of your virtues are infinite. No one can know them. So make this prayer to God, that God, please come and meet me, because I cannot reach you.
Anto na paya kinai tera. Apna aap tu jana hai.
The word kine means anyone, someone. Aap means you yourself. Know your form. Jane means know. No one has found the limits of your virtue, God. Your true form, you alone know. This is not known to any other being. There is no one who has ever found where your virtues end.
जी जंत सब खेल तेरा क्या को आँख वखाना.
The word sab means all. Ji jant means all the beings. Ak means after saying. Vakhane means to say, describe. So how can any being talk of and describe your virtues, God? When all these beings are created by you, they are all part of your play.
आँखें तां वेखें सब तू है जिन जग तो उपाया.
The word akhe means you speak. The word vekhe means you take care of. Vekhna, dhyan rakhna, take care of. The word jin means that, who. Here means that God who. In each being, God, you yourself speak. You yourself take care of every being. And you yourself are the one who has made this entire world. So this world is God's play. In reality, in every heart, it is God's soul that speaks. In one place God is this, in one place God is something else. But it is all God. Sabekat Ram bole. In every single heart, it is God who sees, it is God who speaks. So we are not human beings having a divine experience, but we are divine beings having a human experience. One wise person once said. The divinity in us comes out as we experience this world. And then, without God, the big, great soul, we are lonely, so it is natural for our hearts to want God. And God lives inside each of our hearts, and He plays this play. He is in every character.
कहे नानक तू सदा अगम है तेरा अंत ना पाया.
Says Nanak, O beloved mine, in front of God, make this prayer. God, you are forever unreachable. You are beyond reach. No being has ever found the limit of your virtues. So pray like this to God. The meaning of this whole body is, in order to obtain bliss of the soul before God, you should make the request, O God, you are infinite, you are great, and I am meek. If I wanted to look across the world, I cannot find you. If I listened to everyone, I could not hear you. If I spoke to all, how will I hear your voice and have a conversation with you? Your form. I have looked all over the place. I am meek. But God, you are infinite, and you are inside each being. So make this prayer to God, who's infinite and takes care of all. That God, you are so great, sing God's praises, and God Himself will come down and be reachable to you through the Naam.
Surnar Muni Jan Amrit Khoj De, so Amrit Gurte Paya.
The word Sur means devte or gods. The word Munjan means people who are silent or rishis or sages. The word Amrit means the water, the nectar of the Naam, which gives great bliss, not like wet water, but the great, beautiful, blissful nectar. So Atmik Anand is such a great nectar that gods, humans, and rishis go looking for it. But this Amrit is only found through God. It's only given by the Guru. How many people have wanted this bliss? How many have left their homes and went in wilderness looking for God? How many have become nuns and priests? How many have become Buddhist monks? How many have become Jains and rishis? How many have fasted and lived in silence looking for this nectar? Only through God and God's compassion can this bliss be known.
Paya Amrit Gur Kirpa Kini Sacha Man Vasaya.
Gur here with a Sihari means the Guru has, Guru ne. The word man with a Sahari means inside the mind, inside the soul. So that human upon whom Guru has done kirpa, Guru has been compassionate, they have found this great bliss because they have the always content, always stable God within their minds. So this great bliss is given by God by bowing down at God's feet. Demigods look for this bliss, rishis look for this bliss. But in reality, this bliss does not need to be fasted for. It does not need you to leave your house. It does not need you to bathe at places of pilgrimage for it. This bliss can be received by a simple person who loves God and serves humanity and looks within them. You don't need to be a devta or a rishi to get it. Any human being can get kirpa. Just ask.
जी जंत सब तुद उपाय एक वेख पर शरणाया.
Sab means all, ek means some beings, vek means after seeing the Guru, and Parsan means the charan of the Guru. And Parsan also means matha taking or bowing down to the feet of God. So, O God, you have made all these beings, and you make them understand, you inspire them, and you teach them. And with your teachings, some beings see the Guru, see you, God, and they come and they bow at your feet. And remember once again here, the Guru's feet are what? The Naam, the Shabad. So some people, God, you inspire to love you. You inspire through your creation to have a love for you. We see the beauty of creation and we remember God. And to them, God, your Shabad always looks sweet, and they always remember you.
Lab lob ahankar chuka Satguru pala paya.
The word palapaya means looks, seems sweet, seems beloved. So lab, lob, ankar, greed, ego, chuka, get rid of. To these beings, who God, you yourself inspire, to them, the Guru, the Lord, you God, seem so sweet. You seem beloved, they love only you. What type of avastha is this? The avastha of Sant Farid Ji, who said, Farida, Shakar Khan Nivad Gur, Makhyo Manja Dud, Sabe Vastu Mitya, Rabna Pujan Tud. Sweets, buffalo's milk, butter, all these things, they are so sweet, God. The whole world calls them sweet, but they could not reach your sweetness. So those beings who have God's love, to them only God seems sweet, not Maya. And with this kirpa of God's love, if God's sweet, then what other greed is there? What ego is there? All these things, greed and ego, come far away when the person loves God.
Kahe Nanak, jisnu aap tutta, ten amrit gur te paya.
Here te means from. The word tutta means pleasing, happy. So, says Nanak, that human, upon who you, God, are happy. That human obtains the Amrit of Atmik Anand. How do we make God happy? Surrender to God. Stop living to please other people. When we do that, when God is pleased with us, then God gives us our gift. So the meaning of this whole body is that human upon whom God gives his blessing, they meet the Lord, the Guru, and from the Guru they obtain this Atmik Anand, this great bliss, the Naam Jal. And that being puts the always eternal Lord, the stable Lord within their heart. And when that Lord comes in their heart, like we said before, when a home has the owner of the house in it, that home is happy. And when no one lives in that house, it's deserted. People say there are ghosts in there. There are thieves in there. So when the owner comes, there are no thieves. When God comes, then greed, ego, all of them leave far away.
Bhagtan ki chaal nirale.
The word Bhagat means those people who have found bliss of the soul. The word Chal means way of life, and the word Nirali means different. Those fortunate beings who have experienced the bliss of the soul, they are saints, and their way of life is forever different than that way of the world and the people.
Chala nirale bhagtan keri bikham marg chalana.
Once again, Nirali means unique, Keri means of, Bikham means difficult. We saw that word in Jap Ji Sahib. And the word Marg means path. This is a true thing, a pakka gal. This is for sure that the technique, the method of living, the way of life of the saints is difficult. It is unique to others. They walk on a very different path. And what is that path?
Lab, lob, ahankar, taj trishna, bahut nahi bolana.
The word taj means to get rid of, to leave behind, to let go of. The word lab lob means ego. Lab lob, hankar, ego, greed. And the thirst is trishna. So these beings, they walk on a hard path. They do not go around praising themselves. They do not have ego. They get rid of their greed. That is the way of a saint. And this way is so hard because the whole world loves ego. The whole world loves greed. So the way of life of saints is different. How difficult is it?
Khanne ho tikhi, vaal ho nikki, et marg jana.
Kanyo means a sharp sword. Valu means a hair. Nikki means thin. And Et Marg means on this path. So to walk on this path is very difficult. It's a very difficult game because this path is sharper than the edge of the sword. And at the same time, it is thinner than a hair. On this path, there's always the possibility of falling because the flavors of the world, the different flavors, always push the adolta or the stability of the mind. But however, Guru Sahib tells us that if we want to walk on this path,
Gur Prasadi Jinni aap tajya har vashna samani.
Gur Prasadi. This is the way to walk on the path. Aap means themselves, their selfishness. So those who with the grace of the Guru get rid of their apna pav, their selfishness, their ego, their desire for the flavors of Maya, the ones that get rid of stability on this path and make a person fall. By Guru's grace, this Maya is rid of. And then the great Lord helps them and makes them walk on this path. So this is why we need the Lord, the Guru. We cannot walk on the path alone.
Kahe Nanak chal bhagtan jug ho jug nirale.
The word Jugo Jug means in each and every age, forever and at all times. Says Nanak, the ones who enjoy bliss of the soul, those great saints, the way of life of these saints is forever difficult from that of the world. Age after age, it is always difficult from worldly life. The meaning of this whole body is that in order to get bliss of the soul, the ones who enjoy bliss of the soul, Their way of life is always different than the ways of the rest of the world. They stay saved from the 5 thieves, and they do not seek greatness of themselves. What is their way? Tera jor, teri mantik. God, it's not my strength, it's your power. Tera jor, teri mantik. And the support of my mind is in you. But to walk this way is very difficult. Only if there is the grace of God can we walk on this path, and can our ego and our selfishness be finished. So that is the only path towards God.
ज्यों तू चला है तब चलना स्वामी, और क्या जाना गुण तेरे.
Challe means walk, we beings walk. Hor means what else, what other secret. Kya jane, I don't know. O King, O Owner of all, O Malik God, the way that you make us beings walk, the way you inspire us to walk on the road of life, in that way we walk. That's it, that's final, but that is the only way. I only know this in my mind, and I cannot know any more secrets of you, God. I cannot know any more secrets of your virtues. I have only understood this much, that whichever path you put us on, that is the path on which we walk.
जिव तू चला है तिवै चलना, जिन्ना मार्ग पावहे.
Marg means the path of Atmik Anand, and Pave means you place on. The way you make us walk, God, that is the way we walk. This is all I've understood, and those beings who you put on the path of bliss of the soul, Atmik Anand, and who enjoy it.
कर कृपा जिन नाम लाहे, से हर हर सदा त्यावहे.
Those beings who you put on the path of Atmik Anand, they bind with your name by your mercy, Kar Kirpa, by your grace, and those beings forever meditate on the Naam.
जिसनु कथा सुनाही अपनी, से गुरुद्वारे सुख पावहे.
Se means those people, those humans who you, God, you bind in your grace and your Sif Salah. Those humans, through the Guru, Gurdware, the door of the Guru, they reach the door of the Guru, and they experience Sukh, they experience Atmik Anand, they experience the great bliss of the soul.
कह नानक सच्चे साहिब, ज्यों पावै तिवै चलावहे.
The word Tive means in this way. Says Nanak, forever existent Malik Lord, owner of all, the way it pleases you. In this way, you make all of us beings walk on the path of life. Now hear the meaning of this whole shabad is that the way that God makes us move, that is the way by God's grace how we walk, and that is the way which through Simran, through God's mercy, we reach you. The gift of bliss of the soul is pure, and it's God's gift, and God places us on His path and gives it to us.
ए सोएला शब्द सोहावा, शब्दो सोहावा, सदा सोएला, सतगुरु सुनाया.
Sohela means songs of happiness, songs which give bliss. Suhava means beautiful. This beautiful shabad of the Satguru, the songs of happiness, songs of God's praise, the songs which bring great bliss to the soul. Believe it, that these beautiful songs are truly forever, eternally, the great givers of bliss.
ਇਹ ਤਿਨ ਕੈ ਮਨ ਵਸਿਆ, ਜਿਨ ਧੁਰੋਂ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਆਇਆ.
Means these songs of happiness. Man again means inside the soul, inside the heart. And once again the tippi on top of the nanna is there just to give quality, to make it sound longer. But this shabad, these songs of bliss, this guru, the praise of God, it only lives in the mind upon whose forehead blessed destiny from the beginning is written.
ਇੱਕ ਫਿਰੈ ਕਨੇਰੇ ਕਰੈ ਗੱਲਾਂ, गल्ली किने ना पाया.
Some, ek means some, one. Gulli means beyond talk. So plenty, numerous people, who are as such, roam around and look for this Anand, but within whose mind the good shabad does not live. But they talk, they are just talking, and by merely talking, they do not get bliss of the soul. So this bliss is received by destiny. But once again, we have the human body. What is destiny made by? Karma. Every action has an opposite and equal reaction. We are bound by our actions, which become our destiny. So fall at the feet of the Guru. That is the only way. By merely talking, this bliss is not obtained.
कहे नानक शब्द सोहेला सतगुरु सुनाया.
Says Nanak, the Shabad of the Guru, the great Shabad of the Satguru, is the giver of bliss of the soul. The meaning of this whole body is that the bani of the Satguru is a tool for bliss of the soul. So when we sing God's praises, the words of God, we get bliss in our souls. But this good bani only lives within the heart of those who, from the beginning, from God, tur can mean beginning, tur can mean God. It's seen going both ways, because God is the beginning. So from whom God gives this destiny to. How? By falling at God's feet. And Guru Sahib did say this one thing, without good deeds, nothing can happen. Guru Nanak Dev Ji didn't say this just for the two religions, but he said it for all of humanity. When the Hindus and Muslims asked, what is greater? Which one is greater, the Hindu or the Muslim? Guru Sahib said, without good deeds, both will cry. So, by good actions, that is true worship of God. Loving the world, actions of love, within our actions, thought, word, and deed. By those actions, we receive good consequences. These consequences are our karma, and by these consequences, and by God's grace, karma plus kirpa equals Anand.
पवित होए से जना जिन्नी हर त्याया.
The word pavit means pure. So by the grace of the Guru, those humans who have meditated on the Naam, within them, such a great bliss has welled up that the robe of Maya cannot pull them. They are not enticed by worldliness. And those humans become humans of a pure lifestyle, free from lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment.
हर त्याया पवित होए गुरमुख जिन्नी त्याया.
Gurmukh means after coming in the protection of the Guru, after coming in God's protection. Those humans who have come in the shelter of the Guru, and after coming in the shelter meditated on the Naam of the Lord, they have become pure. Their lifestyle has become pure. Remember in Jap Ji Sahib we said, Pariye mat papa ke sang ho to ve na ve ke rang. So if the mind's filled with sins, it is washed with the Naam. In order to reach God, one has to become pure. It is said that God, He gives His blessing to everyone. But if you want to pour milk into a dish, the dish has to be clean. Yes, you can't put milk in the kitchen garbage, can you? Never. The same way, God will bless. But in order to receive this blessing, our dish has to be clean. If it's just clean from the outside, what type of thing is that? Would you put food into a pot that the outside was clean but the inside was filled with dust? That is the same way. If we're filled with the vikars, how can God live in us? We need to have that beautiful, that innocent mind full of love. So our mind is clean through the Naam, through Sangat, through hearing God's virtues. Those who do that, they become pure. And once a person becomes pure, they don't have to search for God very hard. Even Sant Kabir Ji tells us. In Gurbani, Sant Kabir talks about the river Ganges. Now, people always think this river is pure. But Sant Kabir Ji says, it is not the Ganga that is pure. Kabir man nirmal pya, jaise Ganga neer. My mind has become pure, the way the river Ganges has had. The way the river Ganges is considered pure? No. My mind is nirmal, my mind is pure. And as a result, God comes after me yelling Kabir, Kabir. So once through the Naam, your mind becomes nirmal. Then you won't have to look for God. God will live there himself.
Pavit Mata Pita Kutamb Satsyo Pavit Sangat Sabaya.
Satsyo means all one's family. Sabaya means all of one's sangat, all of one's relatives, everyone who comes in company of. So, that person who becomes pure through God, they are so pure that their mothers are pure, their fathers are pure, all of their family members and relatives, anyone who gets in touch with them, becomes of a pure lifestyle. Those ones who have had their company, they all become pure. One must remember what it means to be in one's company. Now, it's natural, whoever you're with, you're going to become like them. But if a person is hard-headed, if a person turns a dish upside down, how can nectar come into it? The way that some people say Guru Arjan Dev Ji had two sons, Prithi Chand, Guru Ram Das Ji had two sons, Prithi Chand and Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Prithi Chand had Guru Sangat all his life, but he was so hard-headed. He never surrendered to the Guru. His ego kept him from becoming pure. Like before, we talked about the plants. All the plants that grow near Chandan, near the sandalwood tree, they all become pure, except for the bamboo, because the bamboo is so egoistic. But if anyone lets the Sangat happen, Sangat doesn't mean just by body. Darshan is not by body, but inside, by soul. So if someone inside, from within, does Sangat of another pure person, they too will become like the pure person.
Kende pavit, sunde pavit, se pavit, jinni man vasaya.
Man means within the mind. The Naam of God is such a source of bliss that those who meditate on it become pure. Those who hear it become pure. And those who live it in their minds become pure.
Kahe Nanak se pavit, jinni gurmukh har har tyaya.
Says Nanak, those humans who have obtained the shelter of the Guru and meditated on the Naam, they have become human beings who are of a pure lifestyle. The meaning of this pori is after obtaining the shelter of the Guru, those who have meditated on the Naam, inside of them wells up great bliss of the soul, and within this bliss, the hoche, the false flavors of Maya, cannot pull such a being towards them, so the bliss is more tastier than any flavor of the world, and their lifestyle becomes pure. And the Sangat, the people who do Sangat with them, their lifestyle becomes pure as well.
Karmi sahaj na upajai, vin sahaj sahsa na jaye.
The word karmi means outer karam, outer actions, outer religious rituals, things that you do outside. The word saj means stability. Dolna means spill, so unspillableness for say. Bliss of the soul, saj. Sasa means worry, worry which comes from attachment to Maya. The mind which is stuck in Maya, it is always worried. Why is it worried? People forget that God took care of them. When we were babies, our hands and feet did not work. Our mom and dad took care of us. And when we didn't have hands and feet inside our mother's womb, then who took care of us? It was God. God provides. It's so funny. I always wonder. People put money together. People hoard food and stuff. Guru Ram Das Jee used to give the food of the langar to animals, saying God gave yesterday, God will give today. We humans, we put our money together. We put our food together. We build great things which cannot go with us. But what about air? We cannot live without air. We human beings worry about dying, but do we ever worry what'll happen tomorrow if all the air ended? We know God gave us air and God will keep giving us air. That's the way the cycles of the universe balance, the water cycle, the air cycle. We never worry. We never say, come on, I better work all day and I better get a box and fill it up with air so I have some for tomorrow and for the next day. We're never greedy about that. Let go of your greed. God gave yesterday. He'll give today. He'll give tomorrow. Such is the greatness of the world. I love this. There is enough to fill everyone's need, but the greed of one person cannot ever be filled. There's not enough to fill even one person's greed. Their greed will go on and go on. But if we all shared, then everyone's need will be filled. But that mind stuck in Maya does not know this, and they worry. And this worry and anxiety does not allow them to have Atmik Anand. They do not get bliss of the soul. And this bliss of the soul cannot come to them from outer actions, from bathing at places of worship, from gathering stuff. They still will not find peace.
Nah jaye sahsa kita sanjam rahe karm kamay.
Kite sanjam. With what discipline? Rahe means get tired. This anxiety does not go with any discipline. Now, I went through this phase a little while ago where I was trying to bring discipline to my life. I was trying to control the way my different passions went. I was trying to keep myself from eating sugar, and I was trying to keep myself from staying in bed too long, control laziness. You should try, but just by doing this and avoiding kirpa and avoiding God and not loving God, a person fails. Now, when did I wake up? I was sitting in the car one day and Gurbani came on, and Gurbani is the living Jyot of Guru Nanak, and you can get any answer. My heart was hurting because I was thinking, how will I find God? What discipline is it? I cannot do anything. Sanjam, which Sanjam? And the Bani said, Es man ko hor sanjam ko nahi, bin satgur ki sharanai. There's no other discipline of the mind except to seek the shelter of the true eternal Lord. So many people have often gotten tired from performing rituals like this, and they are defeated. They've lost. Still their anxiety is there. I lit 2 candles. Death came anyway. I rang the bells at the temple. I prayed. I did aarti. I donated $1,000 to charity. An ego, but still, the anxiety of my mind did not go away. Not only those rituals, but even looking for temporary pleasures, which are like Guru Sahib says, the pleasures of the shade of a tree. On a journey in the heat, we can sit under a tree, but we cannot take that tree with us. We can have the pleasure of a good night's sleep, but will we never feel tired again? We'll wake up a few days later, a few minutes later, hours later, we'll feel that same tiredness. We can eat, but we'll get hungry again. What is this treasure of fulfillment? It cannot come by any actions. People who try through actions, they go away defeated.
Sah jiyo maleen hai, kit sanjam tota jaye.
Maleen means full of dirt. It comes from the word mal, dirt. Kit means by which. Kit sanjam means by which way, which discipline. As long as the mind is full of worry, for that long it remains dirty. Why? Because we don't let God live in it. And without God, it is dirty. Some people can say, my heart is pure. But if you're still worried, if you haven't surrendered to God, how can it be pure? As long as there is even a particle of duality, a particle of thinking that there's another force, then it cannot be pure. And it cannot be removed, this dirt, by any other ritual. So then how? What is the answer? Here's the question, and here's the answer.
Man to shabad lagu har so raho chitlaye.
The word man, again with the tippi, means inside the mind, and iv means by this way. O sibling of destiny, attach to the Guru's shabad, and always keep attached to the feet. Once again, front of an ocean is water, head of an ocean's water, middle is water. God is the roop of the Naam, the shabad. So the feet of God is the Naam, the head of God is the Naam, the Guru is the Naam, the Bani. So sibling, attached to God, the feet of God. And if you do this, this is the one effort that'll make the dirt of all your sins go away.
ਕਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦੀ ਸਹਿਜ ਉਪਜੈ ਇਹ ਸਹਿਸਾ ਇਵ ਜਾਏ.
Says Nanak, by the grace of the Guru, inside the human bliss of the soul wells up, and in this way the anxiety and the worry of the mind are gone. The meaning of this whole body is in the mind, which is stuck in attachment to Maya. There's always worry and anxiety. The one remedy for all this worry is bliss of the soul, and this bliss, it is only made prapat, it is only shown, it is only made seen by the Guru's grace. So always bind to the Guru's shabad and always remember the Lord.
Jiyo mele baro nirmal.
The word jio means from the soul or from the mind. Those human who are seen only from the outside to do acts of religion, acts of dharam, acts of righteousness. So jio male, those people who are dirty from inside, baro nirmal, who are pure from outside. So outside someone might preach so much, someone might be seen to help others and give acts of charity. In front of other people someone might talk about God. They might preach and preach and preach. Someone can sit with their gutka all day just to show off to others. But those who are inside dirty with hatred and greed and anger, those people who only do acts of righteousness to show off and to please others.
Baro nirmal jiyo ta mele tinni janm juwa harya.
Tinni means those people have, and those people who outside look pure and in their mind are full of vikars. Jue means gamble and harya means loss. They lose their lives in vain, like a gambler loses all his money in gambling. They have nothing. They neither belong to the world nor God.
ਇਹ ਤਿਸ਼ਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਰੋਗ ਲੱਗਾ ਮਰਨ ਮਨੋਂ ਵਿਸਾਰਿਆ.
Inside of them there's this disease. Maran means death. Trishna means thirst. And inside of them there's this great huge thirst, like a disease of Maya. And in the greed of Maya they forget death.
ਵੇਦਾਂ ਮਹਿ ਨਾਮ ਉੱਤਮ ਸੋ ਸੁਣੈ ਨਾਹੀ ਫਿਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਉ ਬੇਤਾਲਿਆ.
In the eyes of others to look dharmic, to look religious, they want to show the greatness of their outer actions, and outside they tell others about their greatness. They read scriptures like the Vedas, and they give examples, and they read the great teachings of the Vedas. They give examples from all the scriptures and read them over and over again, but they do not pay attention to the one teaching of the Naam, and like that they wander around and they miss the beat of life. So people might read the Vedas or read any other book. They might quote the Bible, the Quran, or they might quote our Guru Granth Sahib, and they might quote it, but still they have not listened to the teachings. They just speak them. I've seen people who memorize Gurbani, but do they live it? From the outside they know, but are they bound with the Naam?
ਕਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਜਿਨ ਸਚ ਤਜਿਆ ਕੂੜੇ ਲਾਗੇ ਤਿੰਨੀ ਜਨਮ ਜੂਐ ਹਾਰਿਆ.
Jin means those who, and Tin means those people, Tinni. And those who, the word such means eternal God and also the Naam. And Jue Harya, once again, lost in the gamble. Tajia means to get rid of. Says Nanak, those who have left, meditating on the Naam, and are stuck in attachment to Maya, they have lost their lives, the play of their lives, in the gamble. Understand this. The meaning of the whole body is just by looking like you're doing good works on the outside, doing it for show, still dirt sticks to you. The disease of attachment to Maya still clings. Where there is this disease, how can there be bliss? So forever meditate on the Naam of the Lord. This is the medicine. This is the way. It's a tool for purity. arogta, for the vanishing of the mind's diseases, and for great bliss of the soul, Atmik Anand.
Jio nirmal, baro nirmal.
Those who are pure from inside and outside, Jio and Baro.
Baro ta nirmal, jio nirmal. Satgurte karni kamani.
Satgurte means given by the Guru, the message of the Guru, of the Lord. Karni means karanjog, the work worthy of doing. Kamai means have done. So those humans, those who are outwardly pure, as well as inwardly pure, those who have found the work that is worthy of doing. What work? The work that Guru Sahib told him to do. The work of bowing to God and meditating on the Naam. Those people are inwardly pure and outwardly pure, meaning the way they treat the world is good. They are good to all. They don't slander. They don't hate. And inwardly, their hearts are happy and pure.
Kood ki soe paunche nahi, mansa sach samani.
Kur means attachment to Maya. Soy means news. Mansa means the thoughts of the mind. Such means the Simran of God here. So within these people is such a bliss of the soul that the news of attachment of Maya doesn't even reach their minds.
Janm ratan jinne khatya, pale sevan jare.
Ratan means thing of worth, jewel. Janam means this birth. So the jewel of this birth, which is the chance to meet God. Vanjare means those people who come to trade. And here it means those people who come to trade in God. So the soul comes into the world to do the business of bliss of the soul. That is why God put our soul in our body. That is our reason of living. That is why the human birth is so special. Animals, they do everything we do. Animals eat, animals raise their kids, they build shelters from themselves. But we humans, we have the gift of vichar, the gift of thought. And God gave us a chance to meet Him and to get the bliss of meeting Him, the bliss we call Atmik Anand. So this is why the soul comes to do the business of Atmik Anand. And those souls who do the business of Atmik Anand, they are said to be good, who come on the told path of God, the path that God shows them, and they do Kamai of the Naam. They do business of the Naam, which is the best business. And the births of those people are fruitful, and they are the most valuable.
Kahe Nanak, jin man nirmal, sada rahe hain gur naale.
Once again, we have the word man, meaning the mind, the soul, and it's with a tippi for sound. Says Nanak, those human beings whose mind becomes pure, within whose mind Atmik Anand wells up, that soul always stays with the Guru, at the feet of the Guru. The meaning of this whole body is that humans come into this world to trade in the trade of bliss of the soul, Atmik Anand. That human who walks on the told path of the Guru, attachment to Maya cannot hurt them, cannot push them or pull them. Their soul stays saved from the 5 thieves, and outside their dealings with other people are also good. Understand that their lives are victorious. Here, once again we see that a person who is attached, they won't be mean to others. So no matter what we do, love is the key, surrenderance to God. And we must live the way of the Guru. We must live the way that Guru Sahib tells us. There will be a stage in a person's life where they'll be hit by a love for God. First they'll say, I wish that God was a part of my life. Then God will be a bigger part of their life. And the more they meditate on the Naam and read the word of God, read the bani of the Guru, or praise the Lord, one day they will say, no God, I do not want you to be a part of my life. I do not want the Guru to be a part of my life. I do not want faith to be a part of my life. But God, I want my life to be a part of the Guru. I want my life to be a part of God. I want to live in such a way that I merge into you. My life becomes a part of Dharma, not the opposite way around. First Dharma was a part of my life. Now my life becomes a part of Dharma. And that is when the person loses themselves. They see all with an equal eye. That is the time when they have won this world.
Je ko Sikh Guru seti sanmukh hova.
If any Sikh, the word seti means with. The word sanmukh means two things. One who puts his face toward, meaning doesn't turn his back on. And the other also means sukru, or finished, one who is free. One who is free from a sin. And the word hove means wants to be. So if any Sikh wants to be free of debt, if any Sikh wants to be in front of the Guru. So here, sometimes in Gurdwara, we say don't turn your back to the Guru, but it's not just because of the body. I mean, yeah, of course, that's respect. But what does it mean to face the Guru? If any Sikh wants to be free of debt in front of the Guru, if any Sikh wants to be truly sanmukh, not just because of the body, but the true meaning of sanmukh, facing the Guru, then what do they have to do?
Hove ta sanmukh Sikh koi, jio rahe gur nale.
If any Sikh wants to be sanmukh, then gur nale, at the feet of the Guru, jio, inside the soul, rahe, stay with. So whichever Sikh wants this, by Sikh, student of God, follower of the Hukam, whichever Sikh of the Guru wants this, that in front of God, they won't have to look down in embarrassment because of their sins. If anyone wants God to put a parda or a curtain over their bad qualities, because that's what God does. That's what God does. Sadgur tak liya mohi papi parda. God covers their sins. If any Sikh wants this, then the only way is jio rahe gur nale. They must always live at the feet of the Guru with a sincere heart. They must always remain attached to the Guru. Then what will God do? Ogan ko na chitare. God will not remember any one of their bad qualities, because that is God's way. Kantalai ogun sab mite. Deyal purak bakshand. God will get rid of all their bad qualities. God will cover of them. Parda takna. God will cover all their bad, embarrassing sins and qualities.
Gur ke charan hirday dhyaye, antar atma samale.
Samale means always remember. The Sikh should always remember Gur ke charan, the feet of the Guru, the shabad, in their heart. They must give it place in their heart. And they must always keep the Guru with them in their soul. Always keep that remembrance there. Place it there and make it stand there.
Aap chhad sada rahe parna, gur bin avar na jana koi.
Here again, we have that theme of abshad. They must lose themselves. Jab hum hote, tab tu nahi, ab tu hi main nahi. When you are there, God, then I am not there. Where I am, there you are not. They must lose themselves, lose their ego. Parne means support. So that Sikh should lose his ego, lose himself, and forever take the support of the Guru. Without, besides the Guru, he shouldn't recognize anyone. The tool, the instrument, that will give the life of the soul, that gives life to our souls, that gives Atmik Jivan, and gives the soul bliss. The tool is that Sikh should not understand anyone but God to be the source of pleasure of the soul. So for the Sikh, God is everything. The Guru is everything. Do not look to other places. If a cow goes looking for milk to someone who isn't that cow's mother, what happens? That cow will get kicked in the face. The same way, if we go looking for God's love, looking for permanent shelter in any other place, we will face defeat. Even humans. Do not depend on other humans. Manu ki tek birthi sab jaan, devan ko ek hai Bhagwan. Know that the support of humans goes away. Humans die. Humans leave us. But God is the one support which is always ours, which can fulfill us. God is the giver, the only giver of bliss of the soul.
Kahe Nanak, सुनो संतो सो सिख सन्मुख होए.
Says Nanak, O saints, O saintly souls, slaves of the Lord, listen, that such a Sikh remains of a brilliant forehead, meaning they remain full of glory in the court of God, and here, inside of them is glory, and inside of them is the happiness of bliss of the soul, and this bliss is only possible if they remain with the Guru. Only then can they enjoy the bliss of Atmik Anand. The meaning of this pori is that human is able to remain brilliant, of a shiny face, of honor. That human can enjoy bliss of the soul. He alone can enjoy this, who with a true heart remains steady in the feet of the Guru. He should leave his selfishness and make the Guru the support of his soul always.
जेको गुरते वे मुख होवे बिन सतगुर मुक्ति न पावे.
The word Vemukh is the opposite of Sanmukh, one who puts his face to the other side and turns his back to the Guru. Mukhat means freedom from the 5 vices: lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. Freedom from the influence of Maya, the influence that we are all stuck under. So where there is fear due to attachment to Maya, there can never be bliss. But if any human turns his face away from the Guru, then they can never achieve. It is not in their luck. They can never achieve bliss of the soul, because without the Lord, one can never be free from attachment to Maya.
पावे मुक्त न होर था कोई पुछो बिबेकियां जाए.
Portai means from any place. Pave means to get. Mukhat means once again freedom. Freedom from the attachments of this world, from Maya. Freedom which gives us the vision of God. So this freedom cannot be found from any other place. Bibeki means one who has a good sense. Vivek means 2 to 1. One who knows what is right and what is wrong. Jai means go and ask. Pucho Jai. Go and ask. So undoubtedly, without a doubt, go and ask any expert, anyone who knows right and wrong, and search this, and this is true. Definitely, without God, without the Guru, freedom from the chains of Maya cannot be obtained by any other place. So we cannot get this freedom if we turn our backs to God. We cannot get bliss.
अनेक जूनी भरम आवे विण सतगुर मुक्ति न पाए.
Anek means many. Juni means through many lifetimes. Lifetimes stuck in different life forms. The life forms of different animals through reincarnation. Paramave means lost in duality, in doubt, wandering in superstition, in finding a double. Paramave. So after being lost in superstition and ritual for so many lives, being lost in doubt, a person who is stuck in this attachment, they wander for so many life forms, and without obtaining the Guru, they cannot be free from this attachment which has made them wander.
फिर मुक्त पाए लाग चरणी सतगुरु शब्द सुनाए.
Ultimately, in the end, it is by attaching to the Guru that freedom from this attachment can be found, because the Guru, the Lord, shows us the true path of life.
कहे नानक विचार देखो विण सतगुर मुक्ति न पाए.
Says Nanak, vichar ke vek, after discussing, after thinking about it, discourse over it. Without the Guru, freedom from the chains of Maya cannot be obtained, and without this freedom, bliss of the soul cannot be found. The meaning of this whole body is attachment to Maya and bliss of the soul. These two cannot remain together in the heart. They cannot live there together. And freedom from the chains of Maya is received when one takes to the shelter of the Guru. The Guru tells the human the true path of living life. So even if someone does turn their back from the Guru is always merciful, and the Guru will show them the path, and they will break all the chains and make that person realize bliss of the soul.
आवो सिख सतगुरु के प्यारे हो गावो सच्ची बाणी.
Sachi Bani means the speech of God's praises, the words that bind one to the Lord, the forever eternal Lord. O beloved Sikhs of the Satguru, Come, meet together, and sing the bani, the eternal word of God, the word that makes us attached to God. Let's get together and sing this word.
Bani ta gavo Guru keri, baniya sir bani.
Sir means over the head, the best. Sing the bani of the Lord, the word of the Lord's praises. This word is the highest of all words.
Jinko nadar karm hove, hirday tina samani.
The word nadar means the look of God's grace. Karam too, the word karam, there are two types. One's from Sanskrit, one's from Farsi. The one from Farsi, it means grace. The one from Sanskrit, it means karma. Here it means grace. So this bani rests in the heart of who God has cast His grace upon.
Pivo amrit, sada raho har rang, jape ho sarang pani.
O beloved Gurmukhs, meditate on the Naam of God and always remain attached to God's love, drenched with the love of God. This bliss-giving, bliss of the soul, full of love feeling, like you're drinking nectar. Amrit means Naam Jal. Rang means God's love. So Rangi, always stay close in God's love, and this Naam Jal, this great feeling of love, you will get it through God. Harang means in God's love. Saring Pani means the Lord with an arrow. In Gurbani, it talks about the arrow of God. What is the arrow of God? The shabad. The arrow of God. Mera man prem lago har tir. So the arrow of God's love. So let this arrow shoot you. This arrow gives you bliss. So here, always remain in God's love, God's bliss. And when God's love hits you, it's such an arrow that you forget everything else.
Kahe Nanak, sada gavo, e sachi bani.
Says Nanak, O Gurmukhs, sing this bani of God's praise and glories forever, cause in this bani is bliss of the soul. The meaning of this body is those humans upon whom is a glance of God's grace. They keep God's praise, the bani of God's praise within their hearts. Through Gurbani, they drink the great nectar of Atmik Anand. And they drink in this nectar and find bliss.
Satguru bina, pur kachi hai bani.
The word Satguru bina means opposite to the Guru's target, away from what God teaches. Kachi means shallow, a type of bani that brings the mind down, brings one below the height of Atmik Anand. So that bani, which is opposite to the target of the Guru, it makes one stumble in front of the glimpse of the vision of Maya. So when we talk, the speech, which is away from the speech of God, when we slander others, when we talk about lust and anger and all these things, when these things fill our mind, then we become weak. We become weak and we fall for the vision of Maya. We tumble in front of it.
Bani ta kachi Satguru baju, hor kachi bani.
This is for sure, that the bani which is opposite to the target of the Guru, with this bani, with this speech, the mind becomes very weak. The soul becomes weak.
Kende kache, sunde kache, kachi aakh vakhani.
Those who listen to it and speak it are weak. Those who have it in their minds are weak. They fall in front of the glimpse of Maya. Those who talk about it as well, all of them fall for Maya.
Har har nit kar hai rasna, kahya kachu na jani.
Har har nit kahiya. If such a person was to say God's name every day, every single day, whatever they say, kahiya means whatever they say, none of it will cause them to have a deep relationship with God. So here, Guru Sahib says such an amazing thing. So many times we'll see people who with their mouth meditate on God, who do nothing but say Vaheguru every day. And yes, it is important to meditate on God because, like a wheel, it can repeat over and over and get to its destination. That's true. But not without love. Hopefully saying it outside will get love inside. Day and night with their tongue they can say God's name. Har har nit kare rasna. Day and night with their tongue, they can say God's name over and over. Look at the land of Fatehgarh Sahib, where the Sahibzades were. There was a Muslim Qazi there. All day he said, Allah, 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 Allah. But still, God's name wasn't inside of him. Why? How cruel was he that he shaheeded the Sahibzade? One can say God's name over and over, but if there's still anger, if they still speak the speech of anger, then they cannot find God at all. So you can sit with a Gutka Sahib all day, but still you can do ardas to God, be pleased God, get rid of my pain. But if you don't have compassion for the pain of others, what will that get you? You can talk like a machine. And especially here, one must know that it is important to understand what you're saying, that there's meaning behind of it. Because Gurbani should not be treated like a mantra. You just say it over and over for a material thing. Let me do Jap Ji Sahib. Happiness is within the bani. You don't do part for happiness. Happiness comes inside the part, inside the meaning of bani, which makes you forget your troubles. That is why Gurbani is the highest. Gurbani is the very word of the Guru. Otherwise, it'll go from one ear out the other. So it's important to always read Gurbani with a true heart and true mind.
Chit jinka hirlaya maya, bolan pe ravani.
The word hirlaya means steel. Ravani means from the outside, mechanically. Chit jin, so that means whose attachment, whose consciousness. Because their mind has been stolen by attachment to Maya. Whatever they say, they only say by their tongue. They don't mean any of it. So if someone prays over and over, but still, love of God hasn't come inside of them, all their praying has not given any fruit. There's a Sakhi where Guru Nanak prays with a Qazi, and the Qazi's mind is on his cows. So he's not praying to God, but his mind is somewhere else, and Guru Sahib tells him that. For this reason, we must bind with the bani from inside. Read it, study it, know what it means, and say the words of the Guru like there are words.
Kahe Nanak Satguru Bajjo Hoor Kachi Bani.
Says Nanak, the bani which goes against the Guru's target makes a human's mind fall below the home of bliss of the soul. The meaning here is that bani, which is the opposite of Guru's target, makes the mind stumble in front of Maya's glimpse. Those minds who read, speak, and listen to it daily become weak because of Maya. They don't have the strength of the Guru's bani. And this weak mind cannot find bliss of the soul because it is stuck in attachment to Maya.
Gur ka shabad ratan hai, heere jit jadao.
Ratan means jewel, ruby, priceless gift. Jit means within which shabad. Heere means the virtues of God here. The shabad of the Guru is such a priceless gift within which the greatness of the Guru is filled. Jarao means filled.
Shabd ratan jit man laga, e hua samao.
Man means mind. E samao means this type of absorption, what we call linta. They get absorbed in such a way. The shabad, believe it, is such a jewel that through it the mind of a human being rests in remembrance of the Lord. A wondrous absorption is found within God, so that person is always absorbed in God through the bani. So when we read about God's praises, we love God, and when God hits us, we are so shocked that for the rest of our lives, from our inside of our being, we see Vah Guru. Because first we were looking around from puddle to puddle for pleasure. And then when the ocean hits us, we do not forget it. We use words because we don't know what God is like. We say God is big as the sky. Why? To us, the sky is big. We say God is sweet and loving like our parents. Why? Because that is the height of sweetness which we know. But in reality, God is more vishal and bigger than our anything. We humans don't have words or language to describe it. We use things we know, but God is so great, and when we absorb into Him, this absorption cannot be known in our mind.
Shabd seti man milya, sacha laya pao.
Pao means love. Sache means in the Lord who is eternal, who is always here. So if the mind of the human attaches in the Shabad, only then with this blessing, the eternal, always here Lord, if the human attaches to the Shabad, only with this blessing does the eternal Lord and love of the eternal Lord live within inside that person. So it is through this blessing that love for God is made within the person, and within them the Hira, the Naam of God, within them that Naam always remains. But once again, this gift is only given to those who God Himself gives this understanding.
पे हीरा रतन आपे जिसनु दे बुझाए.
Within them, the Hira, the Naam of the Lord, is there, but only those people get the jewel of God's Naam who God Himself gives it to.
कह नानक शब्द रतन है हीरा जित जड़ाओ.
Says Nanak, believe it. The Shabad of the Guru is a jewel, within which the Naam Roop Hira, the jewel in the form of the Naam of the Lord is attached. The meaning of this pauri is, the bani of Sadguru is a priceless gift from the Lord. Tur ki bani ai. The word of God is God's gift. The Naam is a gift. With this bani, inside of it is the praise of God. And that human who attaches their mind to this bani, within them love for God wells up. And where there is love for God, then always there is this bliss, this Atmik Anand.
शिव शक्ति आप उपाय का करता आपे हुक्म वर्ताए.
The word Siv here means the Jivatma, the soul, everything which is God. And the Sakti means the illusion, which is Maya. Aap means God Himself. So Sakti here is God's power. We say God made Himself first, and then Dui Kudrat Sajye. After God made Himself, God made His power. Now some people think it's the same thing, but God's power, yes, it is the same as God because God is welled in everything, but they weren't made at the same time. First there was God alone, then Dui Kudrat Sajye. After God came God's power, Maya. So Aap means God Himself, from the Hukam, from Himself. Aap means God Himself, and Hukam means this Hukam, that the influence of Maya is upon humans. So after making the soul and Maya, God Himself gave out this Hukam. So this is God's play, that the soul should chase and should dance in the hands of Maya.
हुक्म वर्ताए आप वेख गुरमुख किसे बुझाए.
Hukam Vartai, God gave this Hukam. Gurmukh means through the Guru. Kise means some rare person. Bujai means gives us understanding to. God Himself is giving out this Hukam. He Himself sees this play. God sees the way that humans dance in the hands of Maya. And to some rare person, through the Guru, through the Naam, through the Lord, they are given this understanding. They understand that this is God's play and Maya is a vision.
तोड़े बंधन होवे मुक्त शब्द मन वसाए.
Tore means to break. Bandhan means chains. Which chains? The chains of the influence of Maya. Mukhat means freedom from these chains. And man means in the mind here. Those to whom God has blessed with this understanding, their chains of attachment to Maya break off and that human becomes free. They become completely free from the chains of Maya because that human has the Shabad living inside of him. Inside of him is the Shabad. The Shabad has its home inside that being. For that reason, Maya cannot move them.
गुरमुख जिसनो आप करे सो होवे एक सस्यों लेवलाए.
One who walks on the path of the Guru, Gurmukh, only that human is capable of walking on the path told by God, who God blesses with the power. That human attaches his consciousness to the Naam of the Lord. Within them wells up bliss of the soul, and they escape from attachment to Maya. So, once again, grace is everything. We cannot do it ourselves. We need God's grace to follow His path. So every day, Kirpa Tud Ardas Meri. So it's your grace, God, and it's our prayer. So pray to God every day, over and over, that He gives us strength to walk on the path. Once again, we see Guru's formula. Karma, actions, plus Kirpa. Kirpa, Guru Sahib put Kirpa there. Because if it's just actions, then we have ego. But when it's kirpa, our ego dies with this kirpa. We can't do it. Help us, God. There our ego goes. Karma plus kirpa.
कहे नानक आप करता आपे हुक्म बुझाए.
Says Nanak, God himself creates a soul and Maya, and he himself gives some rare one this understanding that even the influence of Maya is God's hukam, which is given out in this world. The meaning of this body is in the will of God. A human soul dances in the hands of Maya. Those few, those who are blessed, those few that become capable through God's blessing of walking on the told way of God, the way of the Guru, they become free from the clutches of Maya, and their consciousness is always attached to the feet of God, and within them there is always bliss of the soul.
सिमृत शास्त्र पुन पाप विचार दे तत्ता सार न जानी.
The words Simrat and Sastar refer to the religious scriptures of the Hindus. The word Tatte Sar means true understanding, the core understanding, the very essence, the heart teaching. Pap means a sin and Pun means a virtue. Here Guruji tells us, the priests, the pandits who read the Simritis and the Sastras, just according to that, they say, according to these scriptures, what is sin and what is virtue. But still, these poor pandits haven't been able to realize the core understanding of all scriptures, which is uniting the soul with God. We see it so many times today. People run around from place to place. They say the scripture says this, the scripture says this is a sin, this is virtue, and every religion it's different. For Muslims, a sin is eating pork. For Hindus, a sin is eating beef. What is sin and what is virtue? For some people, it is a sin to sit next to someone of a different caste. For others, for Christians, it is a sin to eat meat on a Friday in Lent, not only just with food, but with things in general. We like to talk about what is virtue and sin, but we forget about union with God, which is the cause of Atmik Anand.
तत्ता सार न जानी गुरु बाजों तत्ता सार न जानी.
Guru Bajo means without coming into the shelter of the Guru, without the Lord. So believe this, that without coming into the shelter of the Guru, we can never get a core understanding of all the religious scriptures, of the essence of all religion, which is God's union.
तही गुणी संसार परम सुत्ता सुत्तियां रैन विहानी.
Tehi Guni. Remember in Jap Sahib we talked about the three virtues, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. These are the three virtues which run inside of creation. The virtue which is high above the others, which rules over the others more, that is Rajas. And Rajas is effort, hope and desire, chasing after desires. And the second one is Tamas. Tamas is darkness over the mind. And the highest of all virtues is Sattva, which is goodness, purity. So in these three virtues, in trying to be pure, some in the darkness of their minds and others in efforts trying to gather things, in these three virtues, Tehi Guni Sansar Pram Sutta, the whole world is stuck in this image, in this param, in this superstition, in this maya. They're wandering. Pram means wandering in the wilderness. They hop around place to place, asleep in these virtues. Ran means age or lifespan. So the world is going crazy, lost in the three virtues, and they are asleep in attachment to Maya. They waste their whole life. And all these vichars of what is sin, what is good, what is bad, all these cannot awaken them. They only get awakened by the Guru.
गुर कृपा ते से जन जागे जिन्ना हर मन वसिया बोले अमृत बाणी.
Se means those people, Gur Kirpate, by the mercy, by the compassion of the Guru. Man means in the mind, and Amrit, A plus Mrit, undying, the bani that gives life to the soul, Amrit Bani. It is by the grace of the Guru, only by his grace, that one can awaken from the sleep of attachment, and those beings who awaken, they have the Naam inside of them, and they alone awaken, who sing the praises of God.
ਕਹਿ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੋ ਤਤ ਪਾਏ ਜਿਸਨੂੰ ਅਨ ਦਿਨ ਹਰ ਲਿਵ ਲਾਗੈ ਜਾਗਤ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਿਹਾਣੀ.
Says Nanak, that being enjoys Atmic Anand, who at all times is attached to the remembrance of God steadily, and whose mind, whose lifespan passes in this way, whose whole life they remain awakened from the sleep of attachment. The word jagat means being awake, being unattached from lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. The meaning of this whole body is by rituals, by superstition, by thinking about which action's good, which is bad. Not with your conscience, of course, because your conscience should always do good. But just by rules like this is pure, this isn't pure, the color red is good, the color blue is bad, these dishes are good, these are bad, pork is good, beef is bad. These things are superstitions. And by going in these superstitions, bliss of the soul cannot be received. Only with God's grace, with the kirpa of the Guru, that human always meditates on the Naam of the Lord, and they always sing the Lord's praises, and the bani of the Lord's praises, which is everlasting, which gives life to their soul. Those people stay away from the vikars, and they get bliss of the soul.
माता के उदर में प्रतिपाल करे सो क्यों मनो विसारिया.
The word udar means womb. The word mano means from the mind. Kyun visarye, should not forget. If you want bliss of the soul, then never forget the Lord who took care of you in the mom's womb. In the mother's womb, how did God give us nutrition through an umbilical cord? How did God give us food and water? During that time, Gurbani tells us, a child in the womb has nothing else but penance. They meditate on God. Hanging upside down, the baby meditates on God, and God provides. And when babies are born, why do they cry? That thread of meditation is gone. Inside a womb, how many babies are in the womb now? God is the only caretaker. Tithe tu samrat, jithe koi nahi, othe teri rakh, agni udar mahi. So even in the mother's womb, God took care of us. And why would we forget that Lord who always provided? Where did this worry come from? Where did we get this siyanup, this cunningness that God won't provide for us? When did we attach to another?
मन हो क्यों विसारिय ए वडदाता जे अगन में आहार पहुंचावे.
The word evad is made up of two words. Itna, vadda, that big. Vadda means big, and itna means this big. Data means giver. Agan means fire. And ahar means nutrition. So we beings, we're made of the 5 elements. We're made of earth, water, fire, space, sky, and gas. Those 5 things that the universe is made out of. And when our body dies, each element meets with itself. The part of us that was earth merges into earth. You'll notice something. If you burn the body, we burn because we have the element for ash in us. If you throw the body in water, we dissolve into water. And we have our gases come out. Even as our body decomposes, we give off different gases. We go into empty space, and we can be buried in the soil. This is what our body is made out of. The 5 elements. And look at God's miracle. Inside this body that is made of the 5 elements, look inside of it. You can get any magician and put butter in front of him, put fruit in front of him, vegetables, and tell him, turn these into blood. They cannot do it. But inside our body, Inside these 5 elements that God has put together, food turns into blood, water goes through the system, blood goes through the circulatory system, the heart beats, and our soul keeps us alive. So within this body, it was God's miracle that even in the fire of our mother's womb, God was able to give us nutrition. God was able to give us air. God was able to take care of our heartbeat. You ever think about this? That when a baby is born, how does that baby, when it's being formed in the womb, how does every cell know which body part it is going to? All of this is God's miracle. Neonatal respiratory, that too is God's miracle. Everything is. So that Lord who gave us nutrition in the fire of the mother's womb, we should never forget such a great giver from our mind.
ਉਸਨੂੰ ਕਿਹੋ ਪੋਹ ਨਾ ਸਕੀ ਜਿਸਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਿਵ ਲਾਵੇ.
Osnu means to that human. Ke means anything. Live means love. Ponasaki means to scare, to put its power over, to make weak. It is attachment which makes a person empty of bliss of the soul. But that human cannot be scared, cannot be moved or weakened by attachment, by the 5 thieves, to who, with God's blessing, has love of God's jannah, God's feed, God's shabad. So the way the baby meditated in the womb, if some human keeps that meditation, keeps that attachment, just like fruit, as long as fruit is attached to the tree, that fruit is juicy. As long as a flower is attached, it's beautiful. In this world, those things that are attached to their roots, they are accepted, they are beautiful. So that human who attaches to its root, the root that is God's shabad, the root that is God's charan, that human, even in the middle of the world, cannot be swayed by the vikars.
अपनी लिव आपे लाए गुरमुख सदा संभालिए.
Gurmukh means through the Guru. Samaliya means should always remember, and should make live in your heart. So, what is in the power of the humans? God Himself gives the gift of His love, and God Himself gives us bliss after obtaining the shelter of the Guru. We should always meditate on God. So once we obtain God's shelter, always remember God, make God part of your life, then you won't stray, you won't go here and there.
कहे नानक ए वरदाता सो क्यों मन हो विसारिया.
Says Nanak, if you need Atmik Anand, then such a great giver, you should never ever forget Him from your mind for an instant. When we forget God, then we die. When we remember God, it is life of the soul. The way our body dies without oxygen, Gurbani says, Pavan Guru. The way that our body dies, the same way our soul dies without God. The meaning of this poetry is that human who God blesses with the love of His feet, that human cannot be overstrengthened by the 5 thieves. These 5 cannot put their power over that human. You should get in the shelter of the Guru, pray to God to show you the path, and then walk God's told path. And always keep the remembrance of God going ever steady in your heart. And this is the tool for obtaining bliss of the soul.
जैसी अगन उदर में तैसी बाहर माया.
Jasi means the way, and Jasi is like a word that usually comes with Tasi. The way and Tasi means that is. So Jasi agan udar mein. Agan means fire, udar again means the mother's womb. Tasi, that way. Bahar means outside in the world. Bahar what? Maya. So in the way that there is fire in the mom's womb, the same way outside in this world, Maya is the great fire. Maya is the giver of pain. All this materialism brings pain into our hearts. It was a beautiful line by Sant Kabirji where he says, God, please help me. Sometimes I'm burning in the fire of birth and death, the fire of the womb, and other times I am burning in the fire of lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. So both of these things are fire. And when we meet the Guru, when we take the protection of God, what does God do? God sees us burning and can't bear it. So He will give us pain and pleasure and whatever we need to get rid of this fire, to get rid of our lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. God will make us clean no matter what it takes. So the way that there is fire in the womb, the same way that there is Maya outside.
Maya agan sab ikko jehi karta khel rachaya.
So Eko Jehi means the same way. Karta means God did, or Rab ne, God has. Khel means play, and Rachaya means made. So Maya and the fire of the womb are like one, and this is God's beautiful play. This is what God has made.
Jant sapana tan jammya, parvar pala paya.
Jant is spana, when it is pleasing to the Lord. Jamya means born. Parvar means in the family. Palapaya means to seem beloved, to love. So when a child is born, when God wills it so, the baby is born, the being is raised in the family, and he seems lovable to all. Everyone loves the new child that has come, and everyone is caught up in it. And this child too gets caught up in this love of the world, this attachment to the family, and they forget God, who is the giver of all. The thread of this love, the attachment to God, is broken. The love of Maya envelopes the child. So first the child was in love with God within the womb. Then he got attached to his family. What is the first love? The first love is the love of the mother's milk. Gurbani says, Pehla pyar laga tan dudh, Duja mai baap ki sud, Tija paya pabbi babe, Chotha pyar ubani khed. The first love of a child, everything is their mother's milk, and they learn everything is always provided for them. Afterwards, they love their parents, their sisters, their brothers, their sisters-in-law, their family. Then playing around. After that, you love food and drink. After that, you have lust. You lose your respect for all customs. Then money. Then you have anger. You grow old, and then you have death. Where is happiness? What have you taken with you? Where is God? In this way, you lose the love of God, as the color and the love of the world just takes over you.
Liv chudki lagi trishna maya amar vartaya.
The word live means love. The word chudki means to break, finish. And the word amar means order. So, all the love of God, it just breaks that thread the baby was attached to, the thread of love inside of everyone. It breaks. Trishna means thirst. A person becomes thirsty for desire. A person becomes thirsty for worldly things. And then, Maya places its order over that person. What is Maya though? Some people think that Maya is just money. People in India would say, we never touched money. Well, Guru Sahib says, Maya is everything. In the life of a householder, there's always anxiety. And in the life of someone who has left their home to become a hermit, there's ego. People start getting ego. The second you do a ritual and ego comes, that ritual has become useless, because it hasn't helped you. So here we have the definition Guruji gives us. What is Maya? What can Maya be?
E Maya jit har visara, moh upjay pau duja laya.
Vaheguru. E Maya, this is Maya. Jit means by which. Har visra, visra means to forget. So by which the Lord is forgotten, by which moh means attachment, upjay means to become, and pau duja, love for anything which is not God. So Maya is like that through it God is forgotten, and attachment to the world happens. And without God, other loves well up. And in this state, how can there be bliss of the soul? Pa doi, that's what Guruji says is, Pa doi param pulanya, duje lage hai. When we have that double in our minds, when we love something else, so Maya is not just money. Maya can come in any form. Maya can come in the form of your prayer beads. When you sit and you pray, and you see your prayer beads, and you think, oh, everyone's gonna think I'm so good, I am the best, there's no one like me. It becomes a show. That's Maya. Maya can come in the form of love. Maya can come in the form of anger. Maya can come in the form of you sitting with your gutka sab and showing off to others, having anger in your heart. Anything that makes you love something without God is Maya. But this is the beauty of Maya.
Keh Nanak Gur Prasadi Jinna liv lagi Tinni viche Maya paya.
Says Nanak, with the Guru's grace, those who love God, those whose thread of love is attached to God's feet, those human whose consciousness, even while doing the work of the world, stays at the feet of God, those humans, they find Atmik Anand, or bliss of the soul. So what does this mean? Maya can come in many forms. Maya can come in the form of a mala. Maya can come in the form of your parents. Maya can come in the form of the world of anger. Maya can come in the form of what we call dharma, or righteousness. But if there's love for God, then all of this stuff, the whole army of Maya that was attacking you, you can get that army to help you. How? See everything as God. When you see your parents, say, God, thank you. You gave me such wonderful parents to take care of me. When you see food and delicious delicacies, say, God, all of these are yours. You gave the soul a chance to come in this world. When you drink water, you could say, God, thank you for giving me this water. Then Maya changes its face. Then Maya is the thing that helps you remember God. It's like you churn, and you turn this whole world. The way we churn ghee and make butter, you churn this whole world and you find the Creator in it. The ego that came to you before, that ego becomes self-respect. Before you had ego, your lust helps you in meditating on God and finding God. You change the energies. So Maya isn't all bad. All it takes is love for God and meditation, and realizing that this world is all His. That's all it takes for Maya to change its face. Then this whole universe becomes your mala. This whole universe becomes your prayer beads. You look at the sky, wow, it's standing without any support. The clouds are there without any support. You look at all the different trees. The roots are the same, the leaves are the same, but the fruit from every single tree is different. How can it be? And you just think, wow, these are God's wonders. So this is the face of Maya. It can help you in the best way or harm you in the worst way. But how does Maya help you? Gur Prasadi. If we have the Guru's Kirpa, then we abandon Maya, and what happens? Maya becomes our servant. Maya becomes a means of finding God. The meaning of this whole pori is, with the Guru's Kirpa, that human whose consciousness, even while doing the work of the world, stays at the feet of God, within them is bliss of the soul. The state of the world is this, that when a child's born, from the time they come out, attachment rules within them, through their mom and dad in the world, and this attachment to Maya keeps them far from the feet of God. So, here Guruji has another concept about being within the world and still doing your worldly job, but still loving God, because this world is God's play. If God wanted you just to do things with your soul, why would He have given it a body? With your feet, your hands, your body, do all your work. The way that a boy flies a kite, the kite's in the air, but the boy remembers it. The way a mom does her work, but she keeps her child in her heart. The same way, always fight for righteousness. A great line by Saint Kabir Ji is, Kabir, jahan greh kare ta dharam kar, nahi ta kar bairag, meaning, if you are gonna live in your house, then always perform righteousness. If you live the life of a worldly person, a householder's life. If you can't do that, then live detachment. But the state of so much of us is, if you lose everything, you lose your life, and still you have the chains of Maya, still your 5 thieves do not leave you, then what type of horrible destiny is that? So for this reason, Guru Sahib tells us, inside the world, meditate on God.
हर आप अमूलक है, मूल ना पाया जाए.
The word amulak means that God cannot be gotten by any value, by any price. God is priceless. Mul means giving a value, giving a price, giving a trade. Until God is met, then one can't enjoy bliss of the soul, but God cannot be priced. God is not like any other wealth. which can be gotten by giving money or giving a price.
ਮੁੱਲ ਨਾ ਪਾਇਆ ਜਾਏ ਕਿਸੇ ਵਿਟੋਂ ਰਹੇ ਲੋਕ ਵਿਲ ਲਾਏ.
Kise vitton means any person, any single human. So God cannot be found by any human, God's price. Beings have gotten truly tired. Reh means got tired. So beings have gotten truly tired and lost. But no one has found a value to give for God's will.
ਐਸਾ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਜੇ ਮਿਲੇ ਤਿਸਨੂੰ ਸਿਰ ਸੌਂਪੀਐ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਪ ਜਾਏ.
As a Satguru, this type of eternal God, the Guru, the Shabad. So Aap means your ego, your selfishness. So yes, if you meet such a Guru, by meeting whom a human's selfishness, a human's ego is destroyed, then surrender yourself to him. Lay your head at his feet.
ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਜੀਉ ਤਿਸ ਮਿਲ ਰਹਿ ਹਰ ਵਸੈ ਮਨ ਆਏ.
Jista, that means the one that God made. Jio means soul. So, and by meeting such a Guru, you remain merged in the feet of that Lord, and that Lord lives in the minds of the people. For that reason, if you meet such a Guru with those qualities, always surrender yourself. Lose your ego in front of that Guru. So always lose your ego whenever you go to the door of that Guru, that Lord, who can give you the great gift of bliss and make your ego vanish.
हर आप अमोलक है भागत न के नानका जिन हर पल्ले पाए.
Palle pai literally means to grab the hem of the Guru's cloth, but here it means to hold on to the Guru. You don't know the way, we're lost. So what do? Hum andale and bikhe bikrati kyun chale gur chali satgur deya kare sukhdata hum lave apan pali. So, if we meet such a Guru, then we have to pray to that Guru. What do we have to do? Guru Nanak says, O Nanak, no one can find the value of God, and it is not given by any price, but those who God attaches to his cloth, the hem of his robe, the hem of the Guru. Their destinies awaken, and they enjoy Atmik Anand. So the meaning of this Bodhi is God's union cannot be made by any one thing or any treasure of this world. And in which heart there is no love for God, then how can there ever be bliss? Yes, that human who God himself in his mercy attaches to the Guru, their destiny awakens and they find bliss.
Har ras meri man vanjara.
The word ras here means like what we use. In Punjabi we would say like kamai. So ras means the effort we make, the currency we use, the money we use. Vanjara means trader. So from my Guru I have been given this understanding, this recognition, that to get the profit of great bliss, then the currency I need is the Naam of the Lord. That is the currency I use to spend.
Har ras meri man vanjara Satgur te ras jani.
Yes, this is the understanding that I have gotten from the Guru, that in order to find God, the only currency that I can use is meditation on God's Naam through the Guru, meaning once I am in God's shelter with God's grace, then the Naam is my currency once I've surrendered to God's will.
Har har nit jape ho jio laha khate ho dihadi.
Jiho means from the heart, with all your love. Dihadi means every single day. So, O sibling, you too, with love, with all the love in your heart, always meditate and each day earn the great laha means the great reward, the great what we call lab, the great thing to be greedy over. Earn the laha of Atmik Anand each and every day.
Eh tan tinna milya jin har ape pana.
Pana means look good to. This treasure of great bliss of the soul, this is given to those, and it is received by those who look good to God, God who is the only one giver. So when we please God's will, when we take his shelter, when through the Naam, through everything, all of our actions change and we become pure of heart, then the true Naam lives in us. We have the great Prakash of God in our bodies. We see God, and God who is like the greatest of all oceans, huge and big. When we look good to God, God gives us that gift of great bliss.
Kahe Nanak har ras meri man hua van jara.
Says Nanak, God's Naam is my currency. And now with the Guru's grace, the Guru's kirpa, the compassion of the Lord, I earn the great profit of bliss of the soul. The meaning of this pori is, from the Guru, this understanding is obtained, that in order to earn the profit of Atmik Anand, the profit that goes with us to the next world, our currency, what we work to earn, our wage, this currency should be the Naam, and this currency is received by those. The Naam is received by those who God Himself inspires, who God Himself does His meher, His kirpa, His mercy upon.
ए रसना तू अनरस राच रही तेरी प्यास न जाए.
E rasna means, O my tongue. Anras means in other flavors, or the lust of other flavors, meaning the great taste, the greed of the tongue, the what we call chaska. So, O my tongue, you are so intoxicated in other flavors, and in this way, your thirst for taste, your desire to taste sweet things will never go away.
प्यास न जाए होर्त किता जिचर हर रस पल्ला न पाए.
Horit kite means from any other place. Palle na pai means until God is not met. So as long as you don't get the great bliss of God's meditation upon your tongue, that long you will always be lost in the thirst, the desire for other tastes, and it'll never be satisfied. That long, that desire will never be destroyed or satisfied. So here Guru Sahib tells us one thing. One of our organs is our tongue, and Guru Sahib is going to talk in the next few podis about a lot of our different organs. And we humans have screwed things up. Our body is supposed to be for our soul. We're supposed to take care of our body so that we can experience bliss of the soul, that bliss which we're here for. But instead, for the sake of the body, we abuse our soul. Our soul dies more and more every day as our body enjoys pleasure. And we're supposed to eat to live, but instead we live to eat. We go bouncing around looking for tastes. And of course all tastes are God, but as long as these tastes don't satisfy us, or as long as we're lost in them, then how are we going to ever get up and get the great taste, the taste beyond all flavors? Guru Sahib tells us, Sabras meethe maniye, suniye salone. So by placing faith in God, we have all the sweet flavors. By attaching our consciousness to God, we have all the salty flavors. Khat tursi mukh bolna maran naad kiye. Then Guru Sahib says, Shatti amrit pao ek, jako nadar kare. So all of the flavors in this universe, all of them are in love of God. That is the greatest flavor of all. Baba hor khana khushi khwar. Everything else, it makes us lost in fake happiness. Jit khan detan piriya. And those tastes, they make our bodies hurt. Man mein chale vikar. And they hurt our soul as well. So we must have the true flavor, which is God.
हर रस पाए पल्ला पिया हर रस बहुत न तृष्णा लग गया.
That human, piye means drink, bahar means again. So that human who gets the gift of the Anand of God's Naam, that human who enjoys the taste of God's Simran, that human cannot be moved by desire again. They do not have that thirst for other tastes. They are truly satisfied.
यो हर रस कर में पाया Satgur mile jis aaye.
The word karmi means with God's kirpa, but this bliss of the Naam is only received by God's grace, and it is given to those who meet with the Guru, meet with the Lord.
Kahe Nanak hor anras sab visare, jahan har vasa man aaye.
Says Nanak, when God's Simran, when the bliss of that Simran lives in the mind, then all other tastes are forgotten. All other lusts of the tongue, all of them seem like nothing.
The meaning of this whole stanza is even by eating many different types of food, a person's lust of the tongue does not end. A human gets very lost. The word kuar here, kuar means if someone goes out, they spend the whole day, they waste their day, and they bring back nothing. We call them kuar, so they get lost with nothing. In the tongue's lust, in these desires, someone becomes kuar. But when a human starts getting the bliss of the Naam, simran of the Naam, then this tongue's lust, this lust for taste seems like nothing. And this lust becomes finished, and with the grace of God, those who the Guru meet, those who are blessed with compassion, to those the bliss of the Naam, the bliss of God become apparent, and they always receive it and always enjoy it.
ए शरीरा मेरिया हर तुम में जोत रखी तां तू जग में आया.
O my body, you look for bliss in the treasures of the world, but the source of all bliss is God who lives within you. You came in this world only when God put His light inside of you. So, here Guru Sahib tells us our body has a soul in it. We are more than just our bodies. We have plenty of bodies, we have mummies. But what makes our body work? Why aren't mummies moving around? Our soul makes our body work. Our soul makes us see and sense and taste. Our soul, think about this. We hear things outside, but when we think in our mind, we can see and we can hear. What are those things? So here, Guru Sahib is telling us that we have a soul, and it is only when this soul was in our body that we came in this world.
हर जोत रखी तुद विच तां तू जग में आया.
Believe this to be true, that when God put His light in you, then you were born in this world. So we are all divine. God's in us. As long as the soul's in our body, organs work. We can see and smell and taste. But what about bliss of the soul? What about the soul? What is the soul? Our bodies grow old, but the soul, it's always the same. It never grows old. It never becomes young. Our soul is just always steady. And when we see our soul, it is an ocean of love, an ocean of God. That's what Gurbani tells us. So, we're looking for this soul inside of us.
हर आपे माता आपे पिता जिन जियो पाए जगत दिखाया.
Jio means soul. Upai means made or raised. Jagat Dikhaya means sent the soul into this world to see the world. The word Mata again means mother, Pitta means father. So the Lord who makes, the Lord who raises the being and sends them into the world, He Himself is the mother, He Himself is the father of the soul. God Himself gives a being all pleasures. God cares for us and gives us everything, the way that a parent does for a child in every way. God is the true parent. Even human parents aren't perfect, but God is. God is the great giver of peace and all pleasure.
गुर प्रसादे बुझिया तां चल तो हुआ चल तनदरी आया.
The word chalt means a play, a show, a tamasha, but the being in this world gets bliss from Maya's treasure. But when, with Guru's kirpa, the being gets knowledge that this whole world is just a play, like someone spins a dreidel or a top, sometimes this world is high, sometimes low, and in this vision, this fake play, this Maya, we can't find Atmik Anand. When someone sees the Guru, and they start realizing that this vision cannot merge them with the eternal Lord, and Atmik Anand cannot be found inside this vision, so this knowledge is given by seeing the Guru, that their soul is in the world, and this world is all a vision.
कहे नानक सृष्टि का मूल रचिया जोत राखी तां तू जग में आया.
Says Nanak, O my body, when God made this world, the beginning of this world, the roots, God put His light within you, and then you came into this world. So God Himself, the meaning of this stanza is God Himself is a giver of peace and bliss. But the human in this world gets peace, sadly, from the treasures of Maya. With the compassion of the Guru, this understanding is received that this whole world is a play. It's nothing, and the true Lord cannot be received. by being attached to this play. So this Pauri also tells us that we are in every way part of God. And as we are a part of God, why would God ever do anything to hurt us? We have to experience that bliss. God sent us in this world for happiness. All pain and pleasure will lead us to God's bliss eventually.
Man chao paya, prabhagam sunya.
The word Chao means Anand, great happiness. The word Prabh Agam means God's coming. Within the bed of my heart, within the home of my heart, I have heard of the coming of my husband Lord. See here, Guru Sahib is using a metaphor. He's talking about a bride. What the word bride means in Gurbani is the soul, and the husband is God. A lot of times in Gurbani, Guru Sahib will make this description of the soul. We are like brides, and imagine if a bride dresses so beautifully. She has all the beauty in the world, all the good qualities. And if you look at Indian culture, imagine the perfect Indian bride who can cook in the kitchen, and she can do all these things. But still, her husband does not love her. She has not pleased her husband. In Gurbani, Guru Sahib talks about two types of brides. One is a Sohagan and one is a Dohagan. And sometimes these words are interchangeable. Sohagan, Dohagan, Gurmukh, Manmukh, Pagat and Demon. So these words are all interchangeable. But one of the banis which is beautiful, when Guru Sahib talks about the month of Sawan, the rainy month, Guru Sahib talks about how, in a thunderstorm, the brides that are separated from their husband, they cry, and the brides who have their husband, it's romantic. If a bride's husband enjoys her, she's a happy soul bride. Otherwise, she's sad and she cries because everything she's done is useless. So here Guru Sahib once again is comparing the soul to a beautiful bride longing for her husband to come. And what's the worst state? If a husband and a wife are both sharing one bed, but they are separated, but one of them is asleep, the bride is asleep while her husband's awake. The same way, us and God, we are in one body together, but under Maya we lie asleep. So, here Guru Sahib tells us that when we wake up, we hear this great news of God coming and taking place in our heart and making His home in our heart.
Har mangal gao sakhi grah mandar banaya.
The word Mangal means song of great joy, and it also refers to the songs of God's praises. The word Greh means home of the heart, and the word Mandir here means home of God. Mandir can be a temple or a place of worship. Sakhi means hey friend, hey soul. So Sakhi is what women call each other, girls call each other. It's like saying, hey girlfriend. But here Guru Sahib is saying that we are all brides of God. So Sakhi means other saints, my sister brides. So Guru is saying it to the Sangat. So this line means, O my soul, the home of my heart has become God's house, the temple of God. So you should always sing the songs of joy. Always sing the songs of God's glory and praises. Because now He lives inside of you. This is a time of great happiness.
Har gao mangal nit sakhiye, sog dukh na vyapaye.
The word nit here means always. Vyape means to put power on. So, O soul, always sing the songs of God's glories. And in this way, no worry, no dukh, no sog, no pain or worry can ever put its power over you. Because you'll be so happy. You'll be so happy in love with God. Think about it. Even the greatest of mansions can be like hell if there's no love in them. And even the smallest of huts can be heaven if you're with the ones you love. Same way, when the soul is with God, the soul is happy. But when the soul is separated from God, it is miserable.
Gur charan lage, din sapage, apna per japaye.
Supage means of good destiny or of blessed destiny, the best destiny ever. And the word Jape means become apparent, be able to see. So these days are of blessed destiny. Which days? Gur charan lage. When our head is by the Guru's feet, those days are of blessed destiny. Gur charan lage, din sapage. Why? Apna pir jape. It is when we are at the Guru's feet, when we bow to God's feet, that our beloved, the word pir means our beloved, our husband. It is those days that we can see our husband, that we know of our husband's existence within us. So those days are blessed. And here I also want to mention, Guru Sahib says something. We like to think, especially in India, but even in America, sometimes people will say Friday the 13th is unlucky. Sometimes people will say, people have superstitions. The first of the month, Sangrand is lucky. But here Guru Sahib says, Gur charan lage din sapage. Later Guru Sahib also says, Titi var seve mugad gawar. Meaning that those people, they are like animals. There are two types of animals. One that can understand when you symbolize to them, the smarter ones, like dogs and cats and even dolphins. And then there are some like wildebeests and camels, who you have to drag and then they understand. So that line of Gurbani there means those who worship certain days and say this day is good, this day is unlucky. They are like those animals who cannot understand. Here Guru Sahib is telling us, Gur charan lage din supage. Every day that we're in God's feet is beautiful because apna pir jape. We see our husband Lord.
Anhat bani, gur shabad jani, har naam har ras pogo.
Once again, the word anhat means without stopping, ever flowing, ever steady, ever going. The word anhat bani means ever going, never stopping. Songs of God's praises, like a wire or a line always goes. The word shabad here has a sihari or an I sound, and that means through the shabad. Through the shabad of the Guru, with a steady thread of ever-flowing praise of God, I have made a relationship with that thread. So I've made a relationship with God's praise, and because of this, God's Naam is received, and the greatness of meeting God, the great bliss, the Atmik Anand, the bliss of the soul we long for, is made and enjoyed.
Keh Nanak, Prabh aap milya, karan karan jogo.
The word jogo means samrath. Karan karan jogo means able to do everything and make everything done. Says Nanak, O soul, sing the songs of happiness. The Lord, who is all-powerful, who can do everything and cause all to be done, that Lord has come home to meet me. Isn't Guruji's teaching so wondrous? The Lord who's in charge of the whole universe beyond all, through His love and meditation, He comes to live within us. Gurbani says, Sabko tere vas agam agochara, tu pagta ka vas, pagta tan tera, meaning God, agochar, God who is beyond the reach of our eyes, our ears, our senses. Everything is in your power, God. Everything in the world is in God's power. The leaves, the trees, the wind. Everything is in your power, God. But God, you are in the power of your saints. What a wonderful relationship. The saints are like God's children. God always loves them. God always bows to His saints. Saints are people who worship God and who depend on God alone. So here Guru Sahib is saying that the all-powerful Lord has come to meet me, so be happy. The meaning of this whole body is inside a human, Atmik Anand, bliss of the soul, is made only when inside their heart, the great Prakash, the great display of the Lord is found and made. So that's what we're aiming for. When we close our eyes, we see darkness. But one day we'll close our eyes and we will see God, who is greater than anything. Then we'll understand the soul. Sadly, in this world, most people have forgotten. But that's why we have the gift of Gurbani to remind us that we are more than just our body. So when this Prakash is made, then a human's heart becomes pure of the 5 thieves, lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. And then no worry, no pain can put its power over that person. But this great Prakash, this great display of God only happens by bowing at the feet of God, by bowing at the feet of the Guru, through the Guru.
Is Srira Meria, is jag mein aaye ka, kya tud karm kamaya.
The word kya karam, here Guru Sahib is referring to which works. Other works? Oh my body, what works? My body, what have you possibly ever done since you came? What is the difference between animals and humans? Animals spend their whole time caring for their young. They build houses. Animals don't know what a family is. I mean, they know about their parents and their sisters maybe. But extended family, we humans, we have knowledge of a family. Animals, they have a family, but they do not know how to use it. The same way, we humans, we have God, but we do not have knowledge of God. We do not have a relationship with God. The way animals, they come from different places, but they do not always live with their families. We humans do not always live with God. The only reason we have this human life is that so we can attach ourselves to God. But if we do everything that animals do, then it's been wasted.
के कर्म कमाया तुद शरीरा जां तू जग में आया.
Since you've come to this world, my body, you keep doing everything else, but you do not keep the meditation of God within you.
जिन हर तेरा रचन रचया सो हर मन ना वसाया.
Tera rachan rachya means made you, raised you. Man means in the mind, and Vasaya means made live. So that Lord who made and raised you, you have never made him live in your mind, and you never got attached to his simran, to his remembrance. So once again, without that, life is worthless.
गुर प्रसादी हर मन वसया पूर्व लिखिया पाया.
But, O body, what is in your power? That human whose values, whose karmas that they have done, those whose karma awakens, with the grace of their Guru, their mind, within their man, God lives, and they become attached to God's simran. So once again here, Guru Sahib says something about karma, values, sanskar, whatever we call them. And here one must note something. We talk about Purav and Parvik. We talk about past deeds, and those deeds having consequence in the future. But this line isn't necessarily about past lives. The values that we make today, we will have to bear the consequences in this life. You have seen it so many times. So from today, put those values in yourself that tomorrow will bring you God realization. Come into the shelter of the Guru. So karma isn't always about the past. Karma is being made as we speak. All of you, everyone who's listening and understands this, you have a human life. So today, put those values in. Those values which will lead you to God. And like we said before, a good motto to live by about your actions bearing consequences. Do not do anything at night that will make you so embarrassed to show your face during the day. And do not do anything during the day that will make your mind so anxious, so nervous, so remorseful that it ruins your sleep at night.
कहे नानक ए शरीर परवान हुआ जिन सतगुर स्यों चित लाया.
Jin means that human who, and Parvan means fruitful, accepted. Says Nanak, that human who binds his consciousness to the Guru, that body becomes fruitful, and that human makes their goal meeting God. And that human achieves that goal which he was made for. The meaning of this pori is the values of past deeds. They inspire the human, and the human does those deeds over and over again. So like the expression says, thoughts become actions, actions become habits, habits become character, and character becomes destiny. So that human is inspired by the values he has, by the works he does. And that human cannot put himself on God's path for that reason. Then from where can bliss of the soul come if that human hasn't put himself on the path of God's Naam? It is when God becomes merciful, a human tries. It is with this good destiny that a human finds the protection of the Guru, and then he wins this life. So without good deeds, it cannot happen. So make the effort. Sit in Sangat. Sangat is so important. Sangat is the way. The mind becomes pure. Sangat of the Guru, Sangat of Gurbani. Pray to God to give you Sangat, and pray to God to keep you away from things that are bad and things which will pull you from the path.
ए नेत्रो मेरे हो हर तुम मह जोत तरी हर बिन अवर न देखो कोई.
Netar means eyes, and Jot means light. Oh my eyes, God put His light in you. That's why you can see. Now, this is another beautiful thing about the body. Ask a doctor. The eyes are flesh. The hands are flesh. The nose is flesh. The ears are flesh. Why can't the eyes pick things up? Why can't our hands see? Why can't our nose hear? This is God's beautiful plan. If you look at someone who's blind, they don't have that light in their eyes, that vision. So, oh my eyes, God put His light in you. And that's why you can see. And as far as you can see the vision of the Lord.
हर बिन अवर न देखो कोई नदरी हर निहालिया.
The word harbin means without God. The word nadari means with your eyes. We call vision nazar. Nazar means vision. Nadari here means with your eyes. Nihal means see. Not only see, but it means when you see something and it satisfies you. So with your vision, harbin, without God, do not see anything else besides God. Recognize God in every soul because in reality it is all God.
ए विश्व संसार तुम देख दे ए हर का रूप है हर रूप नजरी आया.
Here the word vis means visab or world. Sansar means world. So this world that you see, it is God's image. The whole world, O eyes, is the image of the Lord. And only the image of God is seen. So Guruji here makes an important point. If we run away from the world, we're running away from God. This whole world is God's image. Stay in it and do seva.
गुर प्रसादे बुझिया जां वेखा हर एक है हर बिन अवर न कोई.
With the kirpa of the Guru, I've gotten this understanding, and now when I see this earth, when I see its form in every place, all I see is God. I don't see anything except God.
कहे नानक ए नेत्र अंध से सतगुर मिले दिव्य दृष्ट होई.
The word and means blind. The word dribdish means I've gotten vision. Says Nanak, before I met the Guru, these eyes were truly blind. Even though I can see the world, everything I thought was a joke. Things aren't the way they seem. Madhve kya kahiye brahm aisa, jaisa maniye hoye na taisa. These eyes were blind, and when I met the Guru, when I met God, then they became light. They had vision then, because all I saw was God. Then these eyes received light within them. The meaning of this pauri is, as long as a person sees anyone as an enemy or as a friend, then inside them they cannot find bliss of the soul. Why? Because when one person is yours and one isn't, then this leads to greed. It leads to possessiveness, what we call merter. And where there is possessiveness, there cannot be bliss of the soul. Guru Sahib taught us, Ek Pita, Ekas Ke Hum Barak. There's one God and we are all children of that God. Na ko vari nahi beganna. No one is an enemy and no one is a stranger. When Sikhs have fought in battle, there's one beautiful Sakhi of a Sikh who was fighting, and he was fighting the government. And the only reason a Sikh ever fights, one must realize here, let's say a word about the philosophy about Sikhs. This philosophy comes from Gurbani. When Babur attacked India, and there were so many bad things going on, there were atrocities going on, and Guru Nanak Dev Ji said, where are all the saints? When a Mir came or a king came, where are all the Peers, the saints? This is where Miri Piri came from. This line's in Gurbani. And Guru Nanak Dev Ji said a saint is in the world and they help humans. So one must realize this. One day during Guru Gobind Singh Ji's time, a saint was fighting in the battlefield and the enemy, the corrupt government official. The Sikhs never fought against a single religion or a single party. They fought solely against tyranny. So the tyrant was coming, and they were in battle, and suddenly one of the opposing soldiers spit on the face of a Sikh, and this Sikh got so angry after that spit touched his face, and he got so mad, he pounced on the enemy, and he pushed him down, and he was about to kill him with his sword, when suddenly the Sikh stopped, and the enemy said, "What happened? Why'd you let me go?" And the Sikh said, "Before, when I was fighting you, it was for tyranny. And now the reason I am fighting you is out of anger. It's because you spit on me, not because you're a tyrant." So a Sikh should never have anger. That's why the Sikh let him go. The same way, as long as we see one person as an enemy and one as a friend, until we recognize God in all, until we do that, then we cannot have bliss of the soul. When we see God in everyone, then this vision is the very root of Anand.
ए श्रवणो मेरे हो सच है सुनने नो पठाए.
Shravan means ear and patai means sent. So, O my ears, hear the bani of God's praises. That's why God gave ears. That's why we have this body. This body is the body where we can communicate with God. They say that the human body is wanted even by gods and goddesses. What are gods? One must pay attention. That human who has done bhakti, who has done devotional worship, but they haven't reached God. They haven't gone all the way. They become devis. Their soul is alive, but they still have not merged their light into God's light. And these devis, they're looking for a human body to be born into. They're looking for a human body so they can merge with God. Because it's the human body where we can have this experience of listening to the bani of the Guru Sahib. So, O my ears, hear the bani of God's praise. Hear the bani of the Lord who is eternal, because that eternal Lord made you ears so that you can hear this bani.
सच है सुनने नो पठाए शरीर लाए सुनो सत बाणी.
Sarir Lai means put on the body. Sat Bani means the eternal bani. God's praises, that bani. So ears, God put you on the body to hear the bani so you can have this experience.
जित सुनी मन तन हरिया हुआ रसना रस समानी.
Jit means through which. Jit Suni means by listening to it. And the word Ras means Anand. The word Hariya literally means like something blossoming, becoming green. And here it means saturation, being filled and overfilled with bliss. The word Rasna means tongue. So by hearing this bani my ears, the bani of God's praise and glories, the soul and the body becomes filled with Anand. The tongue becomes intoxicated with this great bliss. We become oversaturated with God.
सच अलख विडानी ताकि गत कही न जाए.
Such means eternal. Vidani means wondrous. Vidani, we have the word Vismad. Vismad is a state of the soul where everyone sees only God. That's all a person sees. And they believe everything is beautiful. Everything they see is wondrous. And then from inside of them comes Vah Guru. Everywhere they see God's praises. We call that Vismad. So Vidani and Gat means state. So the eternal Lord is a form of wonder. He has no form. He's a luck. And he cannot be described. This cannot be told. How is God? His virtues, saying his virtues and hearing his virtues only has this greed, this good thing that inside a human they get bliss. So once again we have that. We have that theme here that God, we can never say how God is, but when we praise God, God's love comes inside of us and we get into the state that cannot be described of Vismad. Read about it in Asa Divar, how great God's Vismad is. So that is why we should always praise God, to reach the state of Vismad.
कहे नानक अमृत नाम सुनो पवित्र होवो सच्चे सुनने नो पठाए.
So for that reason, Nanak says, always hear the Naam and you will become pure. So this is what the ears are for, not to listen to slander, but to listen to God's praises. So the meaning of this whole body is that human whose ears still have a lust for hearing slander. What is our state? When someone talks good about us and bad about our enemies, we get happy. So that person who still has this in their heart, it means that bliss of the soul has not been raised. The reception of Atmik Anand has not happened to that human. This reception has happened only to the human whose ears, whose tongue, whose all of their Gyan Indriya, what we call the eyes, the nose, everything, whose Gyan Indriya stay attached in God's praises. And these Gyan Indriya, these different organs, they alone are pure.
Har jiyo gufa andar rakh ke vaja pavan vajaya.
Hear the word. Jio means soul. A lot of times we forget there are two separate things. One is Har Jio, which means God, respected God, beloved God. But here it is not Har Jio. It's Har, pause, and then Jio. The word Jio means soul. If we don't pause there, the line does not make sense. It means respected God in the cave. No. Har Jio Gufa andar rakke. Gufa means cave, and it refers to our body. Andar means inside. Rakke, put. So Har, the Lord Har, the one Lord God. Jio Gufa andar rakke. He put the soul inside the cave of the body, and he played it like an instrument, imagine. So God gave the being the power to speak. So here Gurbani tells us again, we're not all flesh, but God is within us. And we have every power to see God. We have the ability to see God. We can see God if we wanted to by looking inside us. We are the image of God. Think about mummies. They have bodies, but what makes the body see and hear and speak? What makes the body enjoy things? Where is the consciousness? This is our soul. If you have a body without a soul, it's like a mummy. You can't do anything. So God put a soul inside of all of us. We all are the image of God because the soul is part of God.
Vajaya vaja paun no duare pargat kiye daswaं guptar khaya.
This is a very deep thing that Guru Sahib says here. No dware. We have 9 different openings, and in the pleasures of these openings, a human bounces around. We have the mouth, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, the private and the back. So, Dasma Dwar is the 10th door. The 10th door. So the body that only enjoys pleasures of the 9 doors, that body bounces around in life and death, death and rebirth. Just like the animals, just like the trees, this whole world is in a special scenario of death and rebirth. And God, this is God's play. God's beautiful play. The way that God, what does He do? Everything that's up, He brings it down. Everything that's down, God puts it up. God put light and darkness and light. God put pain and pleasure and pain. God put birth and in death, that Lord put life. When the body dies to the world, dies in the shabad, then they live inside, they become Jivan Mukhat. That is when they find the 10th gate. Not only humans, if you look at the sun and the stars, we have this pattern. First we start small, then we grow, and then we wear down till about 40 or older, physically, not the soul of course. A human being is soaring, and then it starts coming down, and then it dies. If you look at the suns and the moons, suns are born. After the sun is born, it reaches its peak. And even scientists say that our Earth's sun, the sun of our Earth, is going to die one day. After that, it dies. So this is the way that we humans, we bounce around between the pleasures of all of these doors. The pleasures of gossip, of sex, of seeing beautiful things, the pleasures of the tongue, the pleasure of tasting things. And we do not reach Dasma Dwar. The difference between a human and a saint is a saint has passed all these pleasures, and they have reached the pleasure of Dasma Dwar, the pleasure of God, the pleasure that is greater than any other pleasure. But like we said before, it's hard because we have to look inside of us, and inside of us is darkness. But Guru Sahib gave us this bani. It is by serving God we become God's image and we find this 10th gate. So God put the soul in our body. He put 9 visible doors and the 10th He kept hidden.
गुरुद्वारा लाए पावनी एक ना 10वां द्वार दिखाया.
The word Pavni means love. So whoever God makes reach the door of the Guru, and whoever God gives love of the Naam to, God shows that person himself the 10th door. So it is through love that we find God, and God saves that person and gives them the strength of Simran, which is the root of Atmik Anand. So here, Gurbani tells us, if we want to find this door, it is through love. We have to become simple. We have to become pure. Because if we want to see a pure thing, if we want to merge with a pure thing, we too must become pure. It is our sins that block us from seeing God. It is our ego that keeps us from Him. So we must become pure. And that is one way, following the Guru's shabad, loving God and humanity, searching inside, praying to God to give you virtues. And when we become pure, we find the 10th door, which is God.
ताहि अनेक रूप नौ नवनिध तिसदा अंत न जाई पाया.
That means in this state, anek roop no nid, the Naam of the Lord. First we have Anek Roop now. That means the Naam of the Lord. And that is the Lord of many forms. So the wondrous Lord who's in everyone. And here we have the mention of No Nid. And what are No Nid? Well, in the olden days, people would believe in 9 treasures that you get from yogi powers. And these treasures, Gurbani tells us, they are all in the Naam. So here we have different type of pleasures. And people said if you meditate, you get these pleasures. And what are these pleasures? These pleasures all have to do with different material things. One of them is Padam Nidhi, and that is the attainment of children, grandchildren, precious metals, gold, silver, and the like. The next is Mahan Padam, and that is when one gets diamonds and rubies and other precious stones, gems and jewels. The other is Sank, and that is delicious things to eat. The next one is Makar, and that is training in the use of arms and being able to rule over others. The other is Kachap, which is clothes, food, grains, corns, and the like. The other is Kund, which is dealings in gold. The other is Neel, which is trading in precious stones, gems, on all types of different jewels. The other is Mukand, which is mastery of the fine arts, music, and all types of poetry. And the other one is Karab or Varch, which is riches of all kind. But Gurbani tells us different. One great way to think about it that is mainly believed is the 9 treasures of the Naam. And someone who has the Naam, all these things, they go at that person's feet. These things are nothing to that person. You can offer them the world and gold and they wouldn't take it or trade it for God. The 9 treasures of the Naam are Parosa, faith, a deep faith in God and dependence of God. The firm faith in Vaheguru is the greatest experience of someone who practices Naam. Faith is such a beautiful thing. When you have faith, that faith is born from love. It is love which gives birth to faith. And it is faith that makes love go deep. So that is the relationship of faith and love. Faith is one of the most beautiful things, and a dependence on God is amazing. The second treasure is Linta, or an absolute attachment, an absorption to God. Like a fish loves water, like water merges in water, and this can happen even in our life. The third is Santok, contentment. Look at the world. We have so much. We can fill everyone's need, but not one person's greed. A person goes after more and more. They pray to God. First they say, give me a house, give me a family, give me a car. They're never happy, even when they get what they want. But one who meditates on the Naam, they have Santok. Then they have detachment from worldly possessions, from the world, from their family. Even living in this world, they are like a lotus. They are unattached. And the next is Hukam, or acceptance of God's order. When one accepts God's order, then they cannot go wrong. And when one accepts the Hukam, then the distance with God ends. And that distance just goes away. The next, Sahaj. This is a hard one. Sahaj is so hard to come over. What is Sahaj? Saj is when you sit in one place. When you rise steadily, Saj is one of the things that comes in patience. Patience is the hardest thing. Sant Faridji says patience is the way that we burn our bodies. If you shoot the arrow with patience, you won't miss your target. We run around, we wander, but when we have Saj, and Saj also comes with faith, when we have that slow, peaceful tranquility, then we are able to reach the path of God. The next pleasure of the Naam is what we're talking about today, Anand, great joy. And the next, we just mentioned it a few minutes ago, Vismad, ecstasy, joy plus wonderfulness, forgetting the self, just everything being beautiful, a high and ecstasy beyond all highs. And then, what do we get finally? Nadar. Nadar is the path to Sachkhand. An awakened soul considers God as a prime reason for his attainments, and the ego goes. This attitude keeps ego far away from that person. So these are the true 9 treasures, and all of these are contained in the Naam of the Lord, who is a great one Lord of so many forms. So if you want these treasures, you can find these in the Naam of that one Lord.
Kahe Nanak har pyara jiyo gufa andar rakha Vaja pavan vajaya.
Says Nanak, Had pyare. See here, we have the word had with pyare, and we have them together. Had pyare, and then pause, and then we have jio, gufa andar rakhe. The word jio here still means soul. So says Nanak, the beloved Lord put the soul in the cave of the body and gave the being the power to speak. So this whole stanza means due to the influence of Maya on the Gyan Indriya, the influence of Maya on the eyes, the ears, who love to slander, the eyes who love seeing the wealth of other people, those hands which steal other people's wealth. Due to the influence of Maya on our senses, our eyes, nose, and hand, these Indriya make a person run towards the pleasures of the world. Is this good or bad? The strength, the conscience has been blinded, it has been drowned through Maya. That human who God makes reach the door of the Guru, they get this conscience back, and they realize there's something beyond the treasures of this world, and they attach to the Naam of the Lord, and they find bliss of the soul.
Sacha Sohela, Sacha Kargavo.
Sohela means song of happiness, song which will bring bliss of the soul, the bani of God's praises. Sache Kar means in the eternal home, or here it means in the Sad Sangat. Because the Sad Sangat, the Sangat of the saints, the Sangats of God, that is permanent. The Sangat of God and the saints never dies. Naam reho, sadhu reho. The saints are always alive. So, O sibling, the bani of God's praise and glories, always sit in the Sad Sangat and sing this bani.
Gavuta suhela kar sacha, jitha sada sach te aave.
Here Gavo describes the Sad Sangat, and it's plural. The Sad Sangat sings. Such means the eternal Lord. In that Sad Sangat, so what is a Sad Sangat? It is anywhere where that giver of bliss bani, the Atmik Anand Den Wali Bani, the bani that gives us Atmik Anand, is sung by the Gurmukh, by the ones who have faced the Guru, the ones who live in the Guru's will. And they sing of the eternal Lord. That is Sad Sangat.
Sacho tyava hai, jaan tod paave hai, Gurmukh jinna bujave.
Pave means if it is pleasing to you, if it looks good to you. Bujave means you bless with understanding. Gurmukh means through the Guru. O Lord, you eternal Lord, you eternal one, a being meditates on you, eternal Lord, only when it is pleasing to you. Those who you bless with your meditation, with your understanding, they alone are able to meditate on you through the Guru.
ये सच सबना का खस्म है, जिस बख्शे सो जन पावे.
Pave means to receive. O sibling, the eternal God is the Qasam, the Malik, the King of all, and upon who God does His kirpa, His compassion, His mercy, they obtain Him.
कहे नानक सच सोहेला, सच्चा कर गावे.
Says Nanak, Gave means sing. So says Nanak, in that eternal Sangat, the true eternal home, sit there and sing the bani of the Lord's praises. So this is the best thing you can do for your Indriya. Sit in the Sangat. Why? A miracle happens in Sangat. And this is true Sangat. First, what do? In front of God. Now this is something we do with our body, it's a tradition, but it has a deep meaning. First we fold our hands. In our das too, we fold our hands. In Simran, we fold our hands. And even if we don't do it with our body, the best thing is to do it with our mind and our soul. When we fold our hands, what does that mean? We surrender. When we do our das, we surrender. God, it wasn't us. Now it's out of my hands. I'm trusting you. There's the parosa there. And after we fold our hands, we fold our mouth. Meaning we sit silently. Nothing is in our power. We cannot sing God's praises. When we are left silent, our mouth is silent, our body should be silent too. When we listen to God's praises, and when we lose ourselves, lose our ego, when we are left speechless, that too is another miracle of Sangat. Our ears hear the bani of God instead of listening to slanders. And one day, hopefully, our eyes will behold God. And in our mind too, you ever wonder? Even when there's nothing outside, we can hear things when we think in our mind. We can see things. Or in our dreams. What is this thing inside our body that hears and listens? So here Guru Sahib is saying, make your consciousness attached to the Sangat. And the meaning of this whole body is those humans upon whom God gives His grace, His mercy. They walk on the told way of God, of the Guru. They sit steady in the Sad Sangat, the company of God, the company of Gurbani, and they sing the Bani of God's great praises, and they enjoy bliss of the soul. Like we said before, the way to clean your mind is Sant Sabha Man Manjiya.
Anand sunho vadpagiyo, sagal manorath pure.
Vadpagyo. Who is Vadpagyo? All of you who are listening. Oh, those of you of blessed destiny who hear the praises of God. Listen, this is bliss. What is bliss? Manorath means things that you run after, goal. So one of the signs of bliss is that in this state a mind's running around after petty goals and desires ends, and all their hopes are fulfilled. They become satisfied within them.
Par Brahm Prabh Paya Uttare Sagal Visure.
Visure means worries, anxieties. So the high soul, God, Paramatma, is met. And by meeting God, all of the worries are gone from us. God takes them away. This is bliss.
Dukh rog santap uttare suni sachi bani.
Sachi means eternal, the eternal Bani of the glorious greatness of the God, the eternal God, the one God, the Vaheguru. So after hearing the Bani of God's praises, the praises of the timeless being, all pains and all diseases and symptoms of these diseases. What's the disease? Lust, anger, greed, ego, attachment. All these things are symptoms of one disease. Pain, disease. Bodily disease not alone. There are two types of disease. The disease of the mind and body, and both of them are related. All of these things are symptoms of the main disease, which is distance from God, from our root. Our bodies are withering away as we live like robots in this world. So all of these are symptoms. The disease of the mind is the 5 thieves. And what is the disease of the body? The soul's relationship is with God and with Gurbani. And the body's relationship is with karma. The disease of the body is bad karam. So all these diseases go away after hearing the praises of the Lord. And all of the anxieties of the mind are gone. They're destroyed.
Sant sajan pay sar se pure gurte jani.
Here we have the word sarse. The word sarse means sa ras. Ras means bliss. Sa ras, bliss of the soul, greenery of the mind. And it is filled, oversaturated with God. In the past few days, there have been controversies where people in India from the town called Sarsa, they say we are the saint of Sarsa. This Bani is talking about us. But no, Gurbani says Sarsa means Saras. So here Sarse means Saras, one who enjoys it. We see this in the Bani of Bara Maha as well. Savan Sarsi Kamani, Charan Kamal Syo Pyar. Saras. the bliss of the soul. Remember that. It's not the village of India where people claim, but Saras is bliss of the soul. So Sarse and Gurte means from the Guru. So those saints, Sajan means friend, Sant means saint. So those saints, those Gurmukhs, who learn to make a relationship with the perfect Guru and with the praise of the perfect Guru, with the praise of the Lord, that bani, those saints who make a relationship with that body, their hearts always remain joyful, and great bliss, saras, comes inside of them.
Sunte puneet, कहते पवित्र, सतगुर रहया परपूरे.
Satgur Reya Parpure means Guru is inside it perfectly, fully. Puneet, Pavit, they both mean pure. So those who listen to this Bani and those who speak it, the Bani of God's praises, their souls become pure, and in this Bani they see the Lord. See, Gurbani is God's praise. See, very few people realize this. But when we read the Guru Granth Sahib, we have the Bani of those saints who have reached God. And how hard is it to reach God? I was listening to Katha today by Sant Maskeen Ji, and he was saying out of about 10,000, there's one who is actually awakened, who is on the path. And out of 10,000 of those awakened ones, there's one that actually starts moving. And out of those, there's one that is actually a saint. And when we have Gurbani, we have the Bani of saints like Sant Naam Ji, Sant Ravidas, Sant Kabir Ji, the words of the Gurus, the teachings of those who reach God, who reached Anand. And we have their teachings to follow. So for this reason, Gurbani, the Shabad, is the greatest Sad Sangat. The Naam is the Sad Sangat, because through it, God is seen. When Guru Arjan Dev Ji went for a few days, he left Guru Granth Sahib Ji there and told the Sangat, this is the true Saroop. Vaho Vaho Bani Nirankar hai. So this Gurbani is a treasure. Why? What is the relationship between Sikh and a Guru? The relationship between us and our Guru, which is Gurbani, is that Gurbani teaches and tells, and we do. Yes, it's important to listen to Gurbani. It's important to speak it. But the best thing we can do is live it. So that is the relationship. Gurbani says, whatever Guru Sahib and Gurbani say, Sikhs do. Gurbani is the soul and the Khalsa is the body.
Binwant Nanak Gur Charan Lage Vaje Anhad Ture.
Binwant means make a prayer. Anhad means once again. An plus had, without stopping, without limits, ever steady, infinite. Ture means instruments. So Nanak makes this prayer. Those humans who fall at the feet of the Guru, within them the instrument of the ever steady, ever infinite happiness, and Anand begins to play. And this is Atmik Anand. And where is it from? Gur Charan. One must note here, everything goes back to the Shabad, to the Charan of the Guru. When we had Jap Ji Sahib, it started with Hukam Rajai Chalna. When we had Jaap Sahib, we bowed at Guru Sahib's Chadna. When we have Saveya Sahib, we said, Je nar, Shri Pad ke pras hai pag, te nar ferna de darenge. So by grabbing the feet of God. When we had Chopai Sahib, we had Tav Charan man rahe hamara. And now Anand Sahib, at the Charan of God, of the Guru. The meaning of this whole body is the symptoms of finding Atmik Anand, or that human within whom there is Atmik Anand. Their wandering goes far. They obtain happiness. They don't go after their goals. All their worries and anxieties are destroyed. No pain, disease, or trouble can put its power over them. And this state of Anand is obtained through the Bani of the eternal Guru. Those who sing this Bani, those who hear it, their lives become of high character and high in greatness. And in this Bani, they begin to see God through the Bani, within the Bani. So here, Guru talks about the miracle that goes on even today. The miracle that went on back then. The Jyot of God, the Jyot of Guru Nanak, is inside all of us. Sab mein Jyot, Jyot hai soy, tisda chanan sab mein chanan hoy. And this Jyot is revealed to us how? Gur Sakhi. By the Guru's teaching. By the Bani. by the praise of the Lord, by the Naam. The teachings are all the same. Gur Sakhi Jot Pargat Hoy. So in this way we see the Jot that is within us. The way Guru Nanak tested everyone and gave the Jot to Pai Lena. Then to Guru Amar Das, that same Jot to Guru Ram Das Jee. The way Guru Sahib would test Sikhs like Pai Manj Ji and Pai Joga Ji. The same way when we come into Guru Sahib's protection, I don't like the word test, but more like wash us of our sins. Guru Sahib gives us pain and pleasure and situations to wash us from our sins. Our old habits leave us and are replaced with the Guru's bani. And then what happens? Guruji, one day, we realize we have become pure through the bani, through good deeds, through the Naam. And then we become the image of God. Nanak Gurte Gur Hoa. We become God's very form. This miracle still happens. It happens to everyone who tries, but we have forgotten. Sadly, in this day, we don't understand Gurbani. We don't know what it can do for our lives. We say, Guru Nanak, come again. Guru Nanak is right here, alive in the Bani. We treat Gurbani like a mantar, or we matha take and say, give us this, like an idol. We must understand Gurbani. And when we understand it, we will see within us so many treasures are lying for us to be found, and then we will truly find Anand. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.